Okay, quick boot up. No more fooling. We got work to do. Hello? That looks bright. I guess I have more ambient light in the room than usual. Ugh, it's too cold. Nope. It's colder. That's better. Look like I have some blood in my veins. Okay. Just gonna bullshit for a moment. I'm Know Nothing Attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can actually learn anything. And that's what we're always here to do. Almost every single night. I'm gonna stop trying to say that I do this every night, because I am inviting myself to take the mental health breaks I need to, just to freaking cool it sometimes. Used to be proud that I did this every single day, but I've missed 2 days since early October. Early October, I think. Not all of that is on Twitch, but the YouTube VODs are out there. Okay, to the news today. Well, I was working on our PragerU video, and I think I will be able to release that after the stream tonight. Uploading in the middle of the night probably isn't the best thing to do, but I can handle it. We're not in a rush to try to get things to be the optimal release window. Let's see real quick. Nice, almost 600 views. Evil Alien Robot, you're back. Did you fall asleep last night? You just kind of vanished. Is it just the voice? Is my voice soothing? What is going on with this? How am I even supposed to... Ah, that's not what I need. Sorry, I was just, I saw a funny YouTube comment on the gender debate video. Somebody was like, he's not into people forcing speech, and I said, no one is forcing any speech here, right? And he said, did he use a gun? No. Did he basically demand that pronouns are required? Yes, that's socially forced speech. Don't respond, I'm not interested. What is, I responded, what is social force? That's funny. Oh man, I responded as my other YouTube alias to somebody. Ew, ick. Anyway, back to news in the last 48 hours. Let me get some water real quick. I was wanting to wait around a minute because Little Pound Cake was wanting me to cover some specific stuff, but I can cover some other things until Little Pound Cake gets in. Imagine telling someone 30 years ago people would have a problem with pronouns as a function. People saying, I don't believe in pronouns. What? Sorry, did you not learn English? I mean, who was it? Super Jesus? Super Jesus is from Oklahoma and had that Oklahoma education. I can understand. If you're from Oklahoma, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Just be willing to learn. You gotta go back to where you were learning things. Gotta get back there in your mental space. Never stop learning things. And Don't be a dick. Thank you, La La Land. Well, it looks like my Jovan Bradley earphones or headphones never came in the mail, and doesn't look like Jovan's responding. So I guess I'm never gonna get those Jovan Bradley headphones. Just take my money, I guess. Huh. Anyway, news. Well, the first thing we're gonna do, in case I missed some more stuff that happened today, we'll pull up ground news, see what is up there. Well, thank God. Thank God for that. Have you seen any of the protests? Do we have any live footage? Mercado Media.
We wanted a truce and a handshake.
Are they going to be good with me showing this? Probably not. Probably can't just use their live footage. How do I want to do this? Well, if we watch it, provide some commentary, and then switch to maybe another source. Live protest coverage. I would be out there right now if I didn't have my daughter. Cam Higby. Dang, you know your people, huh? This is not live. Cam Higby is live now. Cool. Oh, did Cam stop? No, he is live. I just pulled up something wrong. Let me get like one more, couple more. That's not live Fox News, you liar. That's not live either. That's live. Here, I can get all these back to live. Just put them on mute. Hello?
Like I said, yeah.
There we go. Okay. All right, I'm gonna grab one more and then we'll pull it up. And then you or anybody else can share some more with me if you find some good footage. That says earlier. That's not live. Ugh. Said live, man. Well, Maddie, what's going on? Trying to find one more source for live coverage of the protests, so we can check in on that. We have plenty to switch between, so we have commentary. But for some reason, Google doesn't want to give me links to live video. Well, let me just go to YouTube. Probably be easier. Yeah, live. Silly me. Wow, that was so much faster. Shows you how good Google is. Apparently Texas law is shitting the bed. What is Texas doing? Don't like both of my alma maters in one day? That was Texas A&M, wasn't it? Oh. And not the law school. Where did it go? Where is it? Can't find the link. Oh, that's because it's in here. Oh, yeah. That's not UT Law's fault. It's so dumb. What does my law license mean anymore? What does it mean? Like, if I remember correctly, California does their own accreditation, but they at least have the hardest bar exam in the country, which people forget when they talk about how dumb Kamala Harris is. Also, if like I think she failed the bar exam the first time, but I mean, like, I don't think California does ABA accreditation. Yeah, right. How about you take the bar exam? I know I can handle it. You don't know how stressful that was. Yeah, California is weird about their law stuff. I mean, their law and like what's the word? Self-regulation stuff. Louisiana's the one with the weird law stuff. You got French law. Goofuses, weirdos. Okay, what? This is ANI News. Okay, so let's pull this up. That's not right. There we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? Come on, man. Let's just shrink that. Yeah, I mean, I think Texas is still making it so that you have to go to a law school, but you can just go to bullshit law school, which I don't even know. Like, are people standing in line to do that, or to like have a bullshit law school? I wish I could be at a protest right now. Oh my God, Prager law! Please let there be a Prager law. Just go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it and see how many of them pass the bar. That way we can have those stats all the time. I want to be able to cite those stats constantly. Does anybody have anything going on anywhere? Well, that audio difference is big. No, I'm not even joking, evil alien robot. If Texas isn't going to have ABA accreditation for their law schools, I want there to be a Prager law. I want there to be. And we'll see how miserably they fail the bar exam. Now, if Texas changes the bar exam so that you don't have to prove intelligence at all, then, well, that's a different thing. Prager L. Maddie. So many Prager L's. One of the proudest moments of my life was overcoming my fear of doing karaoke and going up to sing, was it April 26, 1992 by Sublime? And as the song started and as the song ended, I led a chant of fuck ICE at a LGBTQ bar. That was wonderful. That was so cool. Very, very responsive crowd. It was wonderful, wonderful. No more CLEs for me. I actually did some CLE earlier today, and I'm technically late, but have through the end of the month to not be punished for it. Nerd. I was like slacking off at work, putting on CLE, and then working on my Deltarune theory. How nerdy is that? Does it snow where I live? No, it doesn't snow where I live. Not until climate change hit us. I was listening to some of the CLE, like the stuff about philanthropy in college sports. No, I did not care. Did not care at all. But I did listen to some of the AI stuff, which was nothing new. It was like an hour ethics course on using AI as a lawyer, and it was just a bunch of examples of like how it has gone wrong. Yeah, I forget that you have some background, Maddie. I should never doubt that you have background in anything. You're just knowledgeable on every single subject. Oh, you're so smart, Maddie. It's true, though. Are smart. This is not... What's going on? Did their stream end? Their stream ended. Okay. Well, what were they looking at the end of it? Cam is done, evil alien robot. Oh, it's snowing right now. Is that why you asked? When my daughter was like 4, we had a white Christmas for the first time in my life down here. Kinda clueless. What's going on? We had a white Christmas down here, and she was like so excited, and she started talking about wanting to do white Christmas every year. I was like, oh, Lore, that's not how this works. This has never happened before in my life. Icing in late January, sure, but usually the system down here is it gets cold enough that you can't have too much bare skin in your Halloween costume on the weekend of Halloween, and then it gets hot as fuck for Thanksgiving, and then it cools down a little bit, and then it gets uncomfortably warm on Christmas, and then after Christmas it generally gets cool. Mid-January it gets cold, and then you'll get a ice storm that no one knows how to handle in February sometime, and then it'll just all of a sudden get warm and never change again. Little Pound Cakes, welcome in. That's a broad debate topic. We going all through history? What are we talking about? What? What? Is the debate topic behind me? I don't want to debate against Abraham Lincoln. That probably wouldn't go well. The US was never... Oh, I forget how long those are up there, so when I look at them, I assume that they've already changed. I mean, it's a slideshow. It constantly changes. There are like 54 debate topics up there just to keep things fresh. Like 3 debate topics over? I mean, the US was not... wasn't... Oh, it's... What? I gotta read it again. I think it's the U.S. Government is not in any way founded on the Christian religion. I mean, that's true. I think that's true through all of American history. 3 at any one time. You're curious about it? Do you disagree with it, or do you just want to know more? Inherit the Wind. Maddie, you were so nerdy. That's great. That's great. I want to go watching 12 Angry Men. 12 Angry Men is great. I also, it's a personal like badge of pride that in my first video ever, I put in clips of Legally Blonde. It's founded on evil pagan witchcraft. I mean, that's more true. I mean, sure, but I love performance. 12 Angry Men, great performances. Not all of them, but there's some great ones. Like, my favorite movie ever is a guilty pleasure. My second favorite movie ever is Knives Out. And I wouldn't even say it's a guilty pleasure. It's just fun. Everything Everywhere All at Once is just fun. I don't know, like, no, those are good performances too. Those are really fucking great performances. But Knives Out, the best part about it is just how good they are at performing. It's so good. My Cousin Vinny, Marissa Tomei. Been a while since I've watched that one. Recently learned about Columbus sailing under the Knights Templar flag, Freemason, and it's a rabbit hole. As I understand it, there is very little that would connect the Freemasons to the Knights Templar other than adopting their imagery. Yeah, where I don't want to fall back down the Knights Templar hole. That was ridiculous the first time. I think a better question that was the U.S. founded on Christianity is, should Christianity dictate U.S. law? No, see, I love that debate topic because it's a trap, because it's a quote from the 1797 Congress. It's a trap. Geriatric. I'm old, but on Golden Pond, greatest movie ever. On the Fondas performed. Oh, movie ever the Fondas performed. I haven't seen On Golden Pond. Welcome in, though, Geriatric. Good to see you here. What brings you in tonight? What makes it a trap? It's that the people who wrote the Constitution would disagree with anybody claiming that the country was founded on the Christian religion. The second president of the United States and the 1797 Congress unanimously said that America was not founded on the Christian religion. Or the American government. Kind of clueless. If you could ever give me anything more than symbols, I would appreciate that in my DMs or in the actual Discord. I don't want to talk about Knights Templar on my stream. I'm over that. So Evil Alien Robot, it's a trap because how do you argue against the people who wrote the Constitution? Austin watched National Treasure. It explains it all. That's true. That movie knows the Constitution better than anybody. It's true. I should know better. I forgot that the Knights Templar is a plot point in that movie. No.
I'm not a J6er.
A J6er?
Can we not do this? It's like literally not safe. No, I'm not scared. I'm not a Nazi. I'm not a J6er.
Okay. Evil Alien Robot, I don't know who Cam Higbee is. Who is Cam Higbee? He is a J6er. I don't know who Cam Higbee is. He's a correspondent for the Pentagon and a J6er? Well, the founders, many of the founders were definitely Freemasons, but they were not Knights Templar. There are rumors that Trump wants to tear down the West Wing now. Matt, is that a joke, or is there something actually going on? Because that's insane. They don't give a fuck. MAGA does not give a fuck. MAGA is all about ending the American experiment. Why? They say if you don't like this country, go somewhere else. Can y'all take your own advice, please? If you don't like the Constitution, just fucking go somewhere else. Barroom architect reveals Trump is plotting to destroy the West Wing. Oh my god. Oh my god. What's the news on Tim Walz? There is too much going on with I'm really glad to see that the judge blocked Trump from freezing the $10 billion in child family aid. I actually got my MAGA coworker to say that was bad. That Trump was blocking aid to blue states. I got her to say it was bad if we invade Mexico. She didn't care if we invaded Greenland. It was bad if they invaded Mexico. It was also bad that Vance said that the War Powers Act was a fake and unconstitutional law. What? Sorry, what is a fake law, JD? What is a fake law? I don't know why Democrats don't have a backbone. It's insane. Tim Walz is quitting? He's resigning from being the governor? Is that up here on Ground News? No? Can't cover it fast enough? Anybody got a link? No. Okay, well, I can still copy paste it. I am not supposed to copy and paste links in Twitch. It's okay. What is Opus Clip? What is happening? Okay. Okay. What? Dude, any better link? I thought he already wasn't running for re-election. Isn't that old news now? Isn't that like a week old? It's okay. I trust Evil Alien Robot, right? I hope Evil Alien Robot's okay. I mean, it's not like they like publicly call themselves a bad person or evil or anything. I know, Maddie, I know. Once I start streaming, my brain just turns off. Obviously, I can't hold a debate or anything. Kind of clueless. Remind me what we talked about on our phone call. Yeah, having a phone call makes it okay. I can't believe Tim Walz. I mean, the thing that I can believe it. I can believe it. Because all I can assume is that he has received so many death threats. It's insane that that's the world we live in, where we have to live with one political party's voting base just persistently threatening people. Flash some very PII stuff. PHI? Oh. Yeah, I guess you said you meant PHI. On both sides, kind of clueless. What are you talking about, dude? What is that? Don't both sides me. Oh, personally identifiable information, not personal health information. Forgive me from coming from the Medicaid world. So what side doesn't express violence? That's not the question. There are crazies on both sides. There are crazy people who believe anything. There are crazy bronies. There are crazy Buddhists. Like, what? You have to look for patterns of behavior, not just crazy people. The pattern is that conservatives are overwhelmingly more violent than lefties. Right? Okay, what are we looking at here? Study AI chatbots show signs of anxiety, PTSD in therapy. So, what? The AI chatbots demonstrate symptoms of having anxiety and PTSD? Well, if you train them on the internet, if you train them on the modern internet, yeah, well, obviously. I'm sorry, kind of clueless. What are you talking about when you say that? There are so many ways in which that is wrong. If you train them on fanfiction archives, like, do you know what I've read? Do you know what I've read? I can't handle life, okay? Kind of clueless. You're making the claim. You explain to me what the fuck you're talking about. At the time of elections, I thought Trump was best bet. He ran a good campaign, had best policies, in my opinion. Yeah, I would have been a Trump supporter up until the time he decided he wanted to annex my country. I'm Canadian, by the way, and now I just hope he doesn't bring us to World War III. Geriatric. I'm being earnest when I say this. I am not attacking you. The problem with that, and I hope you have analyzed it since. And I guess that's my statement. I hope you have analyzed that since. Because it doesn't matter what people fucking say. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to throw the F word in there. I just get really upset about Trump. I'm not upset at you. It doesn't matter what people say. You have to look at substantive reasons whether to believe people or not. And Donald Trump has always proven himself to be an untrustworthy person. There is no reason to believe him on anything, for any reason. He's a populist, or he's a fake populist. He's a fascist. So he's going to appeal to faux populism. So he's going to tell people what they want to hear, which is he's appealing to this feeling that the systems are elitist and unfair, and like the normal people who live their day-to-day lives are just victims of the government on a daily basis. That's what he's going to say. But he's not going to do anything about that. He's only interested in his own self-benefit, and that's all he has ever cared about. That's all his dad ever cared about. I don't know if I have enough evidence to say that's all his grandfather cared about, but his grandfather didn't seem to be a great guy. For all I know, his grandfather ran a very legitimate whorehouse where he treated the girls all as independent, like self-managed workers, for all I know. If he was peddling to minors, like MINER, gold miners, I doubt that. I severely doubt that. But it goes back. These are not honest people. And we knew all of this in 2016. We knew all of it. We know their ties to organized crime. We know that his sexism and racism. He's not a good person. So why did you ever believe him? Yeah, a real employee co-op that was all of the age of majority. All the age of majority. Yeah, we have done the deep dive into the Trump history on this channel. Kind of clueless. First off, you were the one who started by saying both sides. I told you, don't bring that shit in here. Second, when have the leftists ever attacked a governmental process? When have they ever attempted to prevent democracy from taking place? When have the left ever had a demonstration that targeted any group for an immutable characteristic? When have you ever heard of mass, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Whatever. Mass calling in death threats to politicians from the left. When have you ever heard that? And then now we can go to statistics from the government that says that the right commits vastly more political violence than the left. The Civil War? What are you talking about with the Civil War? Good morning from Denmark. I'm sorry about the news, Remnant of Chaos. Right. The right has a hard time differentiating between crazy people and a political movement. Left called for slaves to be upheld while Lincoln called for freedom. No, the left didn't call for slaves to be upheld. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the... what? Yeah, that's not the left. Hey, kind of clueless. What is left and right? Left and... kind of clueless... I'm going to release a video tonight on, like, you must not have been here for our PragerU video coverage, because we went over this pretty thoroughly. So I'm going to release that video tonight. You need to watch it. You need to learn what left and right is. But guys, that's not going to convince anybody. You need them to explain what left and right is without relying on parties. Geriatric, they're not talking about you. They're talking about kind of clueless. Go for it, dude. Explain what left and right are to me. Hint, it's not small government and big government. That is not how you determine whether a movement is left or right. I agree with you. The choices, had not the best. The two-party system to me seems ridiculous. I guess it's always the lesser of two evils. Geriatric, I'm glad you're here, because I like you keep bringing up very common right talking points, and it is my job to explain to you that these talking points, the very fact that they are ingrained in you enough that you repeat them as if like it's common knowledge, means that you have been the victim of propaganda. The lesser of two evils at the time you thought was Donald Trump. What did you think was wrong with Kamala Harris? Other than, I mean, I would agree with you on Gaza. What did you think was wrong with Kamala Harris other than Gaza? But Gaza doesn't make a difference to which party you choose, because both parties, like, Donald Trump said he was going to help Israel finish the job. What policies did she flip, Geriatric? And are you talking about flipping, or are you talking about differentiating between her stance as an individual and her stance as a representative of the Democratic Party? In terms of like, in terms of like your everyday run-of-the-mill presidential politician, Kamala Harris was perfectly suited for the job. She's no worse than your average presidential candidate. Probably more qualified than your average presidential candidate. We're just gonna sit here on the Ground News page, I guess. Lil Pound Cakes, are you still here? Because Lil Pound Cakes wanted me to go over whether like the legality of the federal government shutting out Minneapolis on the investigation. Not Left currently is calling for left wing to fight against law enforcement after Renee's shooting. There has yet to be a call to tone it down. You got any quotes for me there, bud? Not by DEI standards? Oh, that must have been what we talked about. Actually, by DEI standards, she's definitely more qualified. Yeah. Trump can tone it down at any point. Yeah, I would love for Trump to tone it down. Was one of the strongest based on qualifications and experience. Yeah, she has so much experience as a civil servant. Geriatric, I am still interested in the answer to the question of like what policies you were upset about her flipping. Right. This was like my daughter said to me the other day something about like what teachers think bullying is, what bullying actually is, and I thought she was going to say something other than what she said, so then I wanted to share my example after she shared hers. And my example was like kid hits another kid, second kid responds by hitting back, and then the bully cries to the teacher, and it's the kid who got bullied in the first place that gets in trouble. Like, let's trace things back to their source. Where was power abused in the first place? Like, I love to point that out, like what I'm totally blanking. The Black Lives Matter protests. That was the product of right-wing violence. Surprise. I'm talking about Hillary? Oh. I always knew she was a broken human being. Mo like environmental energy. She used to say it was all bad at one point. Then when she was running it, it was like all good. Take fracking, for instance. She was totally against at one point. Then all of a sudden flipped. Okay. Now, Geriatric, is that the difference between her previous political position and her updated political position, or is that the difference between her personal position and her political position? And if it's her previous position and her updated position, is it wrong for a politician to appeal to a broader base by changing their position to do what their voting base wants? Because I, for instance, would be totally for just removing the concept of guns from everyone's mind if I could. But if I were to run as a politician, I wouldn't run on my position. I would run to represent people. Like, I feel like we've started demonizing representing people as a position. Republicans want to talk about, oh, a message was deleted by a moderator. What happened? Ah. The right largely called to tone it down. After Charlie Kirk, the left wasn't calling for violence with Charlie Kirk. What are you talking about? Also, the left can be happy that Charlie Kirk is gone, and that doesn't mean that they support violence. Those are two different opinions. Republicans want to talk about religion, gender, and sexuality instead of wages. Yeah, it's weird how much the right wants to talk about, like, genitals. It's so strange. Yeah, like, a lot of people on the right were like, Oh, this is war. You don't have to like her, but her... Okay, yes, Hillary Clinton had great qualifications. I also always got the vibe that I don't believe this literally. In the most non-literal sense, she is a lizard in human skin. That has always been my feeling about her. I just look at her and I go, why are you emoting incorrectly? This is not how humans emote. And I read it anyway, kind of clueless. So I guess Lil Pound Cakes is gone, so I don't need to rehash the Minneapolis legality situation. Oh, Lil Pound Cakes is here. The hot sauce was a little weird. I don't even remember a hot sauce thing. I just remember her in interviews and watching her in interviews, and I'm just like, you're supposed to feel emotion when you say that. Why aren't you feeling emotion? And as the Epstein files come out, like, I start to go, some things were probably happening and you probably knew about some things. That's my guess. I'm gonna put this away until I decide to pull something up. Had to keep muting me because my voice is so grating. Your girl was yapping. Little Pound Cakes, you said you were watching the VOD. Do you regularly watch my VODs? I'ma cry. Well, Little Pound Cakes, since you're here, okay. Can the federal government block Minneapolis from participating in the investigation into the shooting of what's her first name? Rachel? Is it Rachel Good? Renee Good. Renee Good. Got my wrong R name. So it's not super clear, but it's hard to say that there is any basis to say that a state cannot investigate a crime that happened to one of its citizens on its soil, in its jurisdiction. The federal government really should have no say on that whatsoever. Now, the problem is the federal government isn't required to cooperate with the state government. Really? Y'all shot good 3 times? Was it 3? It felt right to make a joke, but I don't really even like laughing while talking about that. Whoa, there's a bunch of messages all at once. But so the federal government has collected evidence already. They collected evidence from the crime scene. They got testimonies from people, and they are not required to give that to the state. And they are saying we're not going to. Now, there's nothing to stop Minneapolis from conducting an investigation themselves. Whether they can get, like, equally supportive evidence, like, to thoroughly present their case, probably not at this point. But even if they were not able to collect any more evidence, I mean, I'm no prosecutor, so I don't really have a basis to say this, but if you wanted to hire me as a prosecutor and say, win this case or you'll never be able to prosecute another case, I'd be like, okay, I'll take this one. I will put it up there. I'll just show the jury the video, and then the jury can decide. Yeah. Oh, and the president slandering a dead woman, for sure. Where are all the don't tread on me people? I believe we are indeed being tread upon. Do you believe justice can be served on this? Justice being dependent on an impartial jury? Yes. Do Republicans... Do right-wing voters not think we had politics all for the last 250 years? We built a system with the expectation that people would have political opinions and yet could do their duties. I still believe that's true. It is very sad what is happening to our country. Delaney Payne. Then Bulletproof Baldy and Delaney Payne, welcome to the channel. I appreciate you being here. How are y'all doing tonight? Kind of clueless. Were you going to give me evidence of there being equal amounts of violence on the left and right? After you asked me to substantiate my claim, and I did. Not same circumstances, but it instantly reminded me of Sonia Massey. I thought the feds told them they couldn't investigate. The feds can tell them whatever the fuck they want. That doesn't mean they have to listen. Minneapolis can say, fuck you, we're going to investigate. Fuck you, we're going to use a long arm statute that every state has, and we are going to haul this guy in to hold him accountable for killing one of our citizens. Or, excuse me, for allegedly killing one of our citizens. We're going to try him before we say, as a state, that they killed him. Not that that's something that this federal administration cares about. They will accuse anyone of any crime out loud, whether they've been convicted or not. Very sad. The right is more than happy to burn the Bill of Rights at this point. Yeah, they'll burn the whole Constitution. They do not care. MAGA does not want a Constitution. They don't. They think it's an impediment. They think it's an obstacle. Thank you. Just stumbled on you. Hi from Ireland. Well, I guess while I'm here, if I'm just gonna have full screen, then I can put this up at least. Don't like how in the way it is. I'll go over here. Wow, people are just pouring in right now. She drove to the scene, parked sideways in the road, and refused law commands to surrender. She could have fought this in a court. Well, she can't fight this in a court now because they decided to use force against her. I have a sister in Northern Ireland. Hi from Ireland. Oh. So just don't comply or get shot in the face 3 times. That does give the government the right to pop bullets in it. Yep. I'm an independent, lean right. I dislike Trump and the MAGA administration. I think that Trump doesn't care about this country and only serves the interests of super PACs and wealthy elites. Most politicians do this, though, sadly. Why do you lean left? Just purely curious and no judging at all. I lean left because the primary goal of the left is egalitarianism and pluralism. I think those are moral goals. I think those are laudable goals. The right does not believe in egalitarianism or pluralism, at least not in America. The right believes that any differences that currently occur between groups of people occur on a basis that is justifiable and should remain. I like to say, if egalitarianism is the one word that defines the left, propriety is the one word that defines the right. The right will define their policies based on whether or not they are right from their point of view. That's simple methodology. Funny because during COVID, they referred to the Constitution a lot because masks and vaccines. Yeah, they like to lean one way or the other depending on which way the wind blows. She misjudged the situation. She was laughing right before she was shot. I think she was also saying "fuck you," wasn't she? Yeah, that you can only use lethal force if you're being met with lethal force. They could have handled this better with holding the understanding she could have handled this better too. Kind of clueless. Every person can handle every situation better. What is the point of saying that? Seriously, both sidesing a woman being shot in the face 3 times? Kind of clueless. You could be handling this situation better. I don't think that justifies anybody shooting you. Ice equals rent a racist. Yeah. There's no both sizing this one. Dig dog, you're coping. Debate, don't insult. Why would anyone take a job with ICE at this point if they're not racist? That isn't an accusation to every person in ICE. I'm just wondering, why would you do that? He said fucking bitch? Oh. Hello, ICE is an insult to law enforcement. Yeah, that's true. ICE is an insult to law enforcement. And keep in mind, we were funding ICE while we're not funding SNAP. Cool. Thanks. She didn't use her car as a weapon. Kind of clueless. Forgive me for using this word in this next sentence. I'm going to repeat what I just said. She didn't use her car as a weapon, idiot. Don't say things that are that explicitly dumb. That's the video that I would stake my license on. I would take that to a jury and just use that as the sole piece of evidence. That's a different point. I mean, before we even get to, like, justifying the question with a response, you're just jumping around, kind of clueless. You're shamelessly moving goalposts all the time. You still haven't answered the question about how are the left and right equal when it comes to calling for violence or being violent. Kind of clueless. Check yourself, homie. Check yourself. Why do you do these things that you do? Why do you constantly move goalposts? Why do you avoid questions? Kind of clueless. I agree that another continent was in front of her car. I agree that the depths of space were in front of her car. Being in front of a car is not the only question. Yeah, yeah. Which position are you talking about? And are you going to justify your claim that the left and right are equal in being violent? Constant goalpost shifting. Constant goalpost shifting. Never own a claim. Never own a claim, never answer a question. Kind of clueless. Like I said, check yourself. Your programming is not good. You need to change the way your brain works. How are the left and right equal in violence? The same question that's been out there for like 30 minutes. This is just cowardice, dude. I don't know if you know what you're doing, but you are intellectually cowardly. You need to change that. Is that Squidward's house? Yeah, it's amazing, like I have to wonder whether the right ever stops to consider, like, why do I have the same political positions as the people who fuck me over all the time? Dude, trolls come to my stream all the time. They're still cowards. Trolls are cowards, first and foremost. Coming back doesn't say anything about how brave you are. Or how honest you are. Criminals come back to the scene of the crime, right? Kinda clueless. You are literally still doing it. Literally still doing it. Maintained intellectual cowardice. Because he's afraid of being wrong. Kinda clueless. You are welcome to be wrong on this channel. I will be wrong on this channel. I know nothing, so you can too. It is okay to be wrong. In my opinion, Americans are scared of law enforcement, and same as law enforcement hesitant of the public. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in no way does this condone the shooting. Here, the cops would have let her go. She wouldn't have gotten away, of course, but would have stood trial. Yeah, we have a proven problem, geriatric, with like fascist groups infiltrating law enforcement. And even before that, even before we had a known issue with fascist groups infiltrating law enforcement, there's just been persistent systemic racism, among other things. I'm sure that there's systemic sexism too, from law enforcement in America. Now, that is not to accuse them of being outwardly racist. At a minimum, though, there is systemic racism, which is its own problem. And when a group of people are oppressed, even if they are not intentionally oppressed, if they are oppressed by systemic issues, then they are going to get nervous. They are going to react nervously. They will feel like they are under assault anytime that they're approached by law enforcement, because law enforcement is the threat of force, and it is the threat of force being used unfairly against them. So in America, yeah, there is fear of the police, and because people tense up, then the police get more afraid of the people. So yeah, it's a major problem. We have a major problem, and no one in leadership is willing to create or approach a solution to it. Because anytime people want to talk about a solution, people treat it as an attack on cops, which it isn't. But Republicans will treat it like it's an attack on cops because it's dishonest. Kind of clueless. Even if you did admit to being wrong, that doesn't mean you don't have a fear of it. If you persistently have issues, but like give in one time, still have persistent issues. You seem like you're teetering between sides. Are you? A lot of us grew up conservative. Yeah, I grew up conservative. I so proudly told my dad it was okay for America to invade another country if the only goal was to get their oil. I was in 7th grade. Shameful. Wasn't my fault. It was shameful of my dad to say that that was a good answer. Molan is a favorite of Leo, and it's been adopted by widespread. It's okay, I was trying to say it's near impossible to tell who is the most violent based on their political affiliations. I mentioned before I was here last, I'm center right and agree with some points. Kinda clueless. Can you stop wetting your pants and tell me how the left and right are equal in violence? Stop being a coward, dude. And I don't like being this pressuring. Like, if you would just say something, I'd be kind in approaching it. But this level of intellectual dishonesty and cowardice is just, you can't keep doing it. This thing that you are doing is why we are in the situation we're in now. What was your example of how the left and right are equal in terms of violence? I'm scrolling up. Scrolling up. I know by the time we got to this part in the conversation, I was still demanding that you... Okay. Hey, I didn't see this one. I don't know why you wouldn't repeat it for me, but I was wrong. The left currently is calling for left wing to fight against law enforcement. Oh, I did see this one. I didn't realize this was in response to me. I thought this was in response to something else. I asked you for a quote with the left calling to fight law enforcement, because I'm pressing X for doubt on that one. And wait, are you saying an example is that the left called for slaves to be upheld and then you just didn't respond to anything anybody said in response to that? Or is that an example of the left calling for violence? Oh my god, dude. Yeah. I will readily be wrong. The only way that I've gotten to where I am in my life is admitting when I'm wrong, because I can't educate myself if I don't admit to being wrong. If I don't admit to not knowing things. So then you only gave one example, and I asked for a quote, and you never gave one. What all did I miss here? Yes, like I can go up to a police officer as a black man and ask for directions and no problems. If I see a police officer having a coffee, I have no issue talking to them, where it's different there. The problem is that America has an unaddressed historical issue, because when we ended slavery, there was never any effort to fix what was done to the black community. And so the black community remained poor and mistreated. So the black community, like, poor, mistreated people commit more crime. That is true. That is a fact. And so there tended to be this expectation of black people going farther down American history that they would continue to do that, and that it was somehow inherent in their race, which is a made-up thing anyway, that it was somehow inherent in them that they would do that. And so then people who got jobs in trying to enforce the law have, for centuries now, had the expectation that these are the type of people they would be dealing with. So other countries don't have this same issue, but with the just persistent tension for 250 years, 150 years after slavery. Yeah, the problem is, like, a lot of people who I would say consider themselves centrists are stuck in a position where their education on the left comes from right propaganda. So they're like, I would agree with them on all these things, but like, they're so crazy. On what? What are they crazy on? Like, what mainstream left position is crazy? What, like, how many standard deviations do I need to go out of mainstream leftism for it to actually be crazy in any way? Yeah, Shit on the left for wanting to fix problems with law enforcement. Jesus. Yeah, I'm going to oppose law enforcement that is blatantly violating our constitutional rights. Hell yeah. This shit was fought for in blood, dude. Why are you going to let some half-trained goblin trample over those rights? No, non-compliance is American as hell. Yeah, fuck yeah. Refusing to take the Pledge of Allegiance is American as hell. Hell yeah. The center is inherently a right-wing position in the US. Yep. All right, so my link on Tim Walz. Kind of clueless. Can we stick with the conversation I wanted to have with you for a second? You committed a grave sin in my chat by equating the left to the right on anything but Gaza. Let me reset my camera real quick. There we go. That's better. With my hair going crazy. It's like letting the government tear down OSHA enforcements that's there to protect you. I'm thinking the Brits need to go back to America and sort the country out. It's clearly falling apart. I would welcome it at this point. I would trust the Brits to be more constitutionally compliant than my current president. Trump is talking about Greenland and where are those Epstein files? So I deserve less respect? Who's saying you deserve less respect? What? I still just want you to respond. Like, I was asking you to support your position forever, and I was actually wrong about me being wrong about missing a thing you posted because I asked you a question about it forever ago, and you didn't justify the one example you said you didn't back down from. I don't know if you're talking to me about disrespecting you, but you still are not owning up to your shit. Chinese invasion, I want better mass transit. Oh. Okay. Let's check on the protests. What's going on over here? That's over. Still a protest. There's still a protest. Oh. What was that cut live? Greenland may be the tipping point of World War III. I would really love to, like, be able to talk to anybody of any significance about having a constitutional convention, because the states need to be fucking reminded that they have the power to remove the federal government. Greenland must be a red herring. Why? Trump has demonstrated that he will attack anybody for any fucking reason. I don't know if you know that the left broadly doesn't care that much about Tim Walz stepping down unless the position is going to be filled by a Republican. Yeah, like what? Why are we even talking about Tim Walz? Wow, that's like it's right up in there, huh? Good shit. Good shit. If you exclude the fact the left also wanted him as vice president. Sorry, what did Tim Walz do wrong? Right, I tried opening that earlier and it wants me to go through verification. I can't do that. Like, that happened live on stream. Yeah, my money is currently on America invading Greenland. I feel like that is going to happen. I have no faith in anything. Kinda Clueless, have you also missed me asking you for a quote to substantiate your claim that the left is calling for protesters to fight law enforcement? Right. That was something I wanted to bring up earlier. Geriatric, if you hate the two-party system, then you need to move the Overton window to the left. So you need to vote left to get like any chance of ranked choice voting. The right will never have ranked choice voting. I'm not super confident about the left having ranked choice voting, but it's not a right position. The DNC is not inherently the left. He dealt with the shit hand we were given by the establishment. Still talking about Tim Walz? The left didn't want him or Kamala. That was what the establishment gave us, and as the opposition to MAGA. To be fair, by the time Biden stepped down, I think Kamala was probably the best option. I mean, I guess not. Maybe they should have picked a white guy. Didn't realize this one was still going. Also, can I just say that I hate the talking point that that the left doesn't care about democracy because yada yada about the DNC. Like, the DNC is a private corporation. They can do whatever the fuck they want. Oh, I don't got a say in the two-party system at all. I'm just saying the two-party system is wrong. I'm from... Oh, right. You're from Canada, right. Well, yeah, the two-party system is stupid. For sure. Bernie. Greetings, Mr. Sidious. That sounds like a right-winger's name, if I've ever heard one. Well, that's noisy as hell. I investigated Minnesota's billion-dollar fraud scandal. That's the title for YouTube. What? Hey, Kinda Clueless. Can I remind you again that you are being intellectually cowardly? I hear two-party system in the US is stupid. I think I am at the right place. I mean, I think most people think that. I think most people think that. Are you saying you're a lefty then? Hey, everybody who supports ranked choice voting, I'm glad you're here because this whole channel's thing is supporting a constitutional convention, which is the only way that will ever happen. Kinda clueless. Still being kinda dishonest and cowardly. Own your position. Own your position. Y'all remember we actually got rid of our last leader because he didn't uphold his promises, so we voted him out before his term was up. You can't do that there. No, we sadly only have 3 options for getting rid of a president, and none of them are viable. None of them are viable. I think the best shot, I mean, with the way things are going right now, maybe there's a chance of impeachment and removal. I doubt it. I really doubt it. But I think our best chance is a constitutional convention. I think that Libertarian from Eastern Europe. What kind of libertarian? Because in America, that generally means I think building roads should be privatized. On another note, are you scared for what comes after Trump? Boy, not really ready to think about that. Depends on what kind of after Trump we're talking about. Are we talking about Trump realizes he's dying, so he just presses the button because fuck the world? Are we talking about Trump hands the keys over to Putin to do what he wants? Are we just talking about him dying and somebody taking over? Are we talking about an election? Maybe we can have an election. Maybe the president will stop threatening to not have an election. It's usually by sniper. Oh, that's I don't want that kind of talk in here. No, not ban. God damn it. Silly me, always doing the fucking thing. Sorry about that, Bulletproof Baldy. You're back. Just wanted to get rid of that one comment. Hot takes coming in, Austin, watch out. Oh, yeah. The one I tried to get rid of and accidentally banned. I don't foresee Trump making his term, mind you, but then you're stuck with Vance. I'm not afraid of Vance. I'm not afraid of Vance at all. The left currently... Dude, kind of clueless. Kind of clueless. Support those statements. Because I don't hear any of that from anyone. Is this just in your head? Like, it makes sense to you that the left would do that? If it makes sense to you that the left would do that, you live in a very scary world, and it's a mythologized world. It does not exist. I'm okay with state organizing some stuff, but I don't like when state needlessly wiggles in economy. Needlessly wiggles in economy. Needlessly wiggles in economy. The state needs to be involved in the economy. Otherwise, bad people just abuse good people. That's it. Sorry for the joke. A bit on the nose, I know. Yeah. I just don't... Like, we're seriously having a conversation with kind of clueless in here where he's just saying the left generally calls for violence. And I'm like, oh, somebody said that the most likely ways that Trump will leave office is... let me accidentally ban that person trying to delete their comment. Like, who are you talking about, kind of clueless? Do we need to bring you up in voice chat so that I can hold you to your position in real time? Mr. Sidious, are you just like straight up pro-capitalism unrestrained? We haven't done that with this. Evil alien robot, you are skipping the part where kind of clueless has the mental strategies of a very ingrained rightist. Midterms will determine America's stance on the world stage at the... Yeah, but our president is threatening to cancel the midterms. I'm game again, man, center right. I don't even know what that even means. We'll see if this will be fruitful. We'll see if this will be fruitful at all. I'll give example. Our current new prime minister is connected and used to own biggest agricultural company that have almost monopoly here, and he made pretty good deal with EU in donations, but nobody see his company takes about 30% of that EU donation. So that's, yeah, but the more open capitalism is, the worse it is. Period. It's just a system that definitionally creates poverty. How can Trump cancel the midterms? Um, by claiming, like, bullshit claiming some kind of emergency, and then claiming he has the inherent authority under the Constitution to protect our democratic systems by making sure that he has ended the emergency before holding the elections, and he will use military on the states that refuse to comply because he'll say it's an insurrection. He'll say he identified a threat to America's democratic processes, so those states are violating the Constitution, and he will actually deploy the American military in those states so that they can't hold elections. That is how he would do that. That is scary, and I didn't want those words to come out of my mouth. Now that comment, our president is threatening to cancel our midterms, should really scare you. Yeah, it really does scare me. Really, really does. Trump won't cancel midterms hearsay? Do you even know what hearsay is? That's not hearsay? What? Huh? There's so many ways that doesn't apply. uh so create an emergency, then use it to cancel the vote. Crazy. Yeah, that's what everyone was saying he was going to do from the get-go, and he has been escalating it ever since he took office. Just like, push the American people a little bit harder. Let's see how much they resist. Push them a little bit harder. See how much they resist. Will they fight back this time? No, they're just going to get in a frog costume and shake their ass. Oh, okay. Well, we'll pull back this time. All right, now we'll push them a little bit harder. What ways can we poke them? Poke and prod the American people and make them upset. What's up, Sock Now? How you doing? I don't think capitalism creates poverty. It creates an imbalance in wealth, which does every system to a certain degree. Not definitionally. I do think capitalism definitionally creates poverty. If the people with capital get to decide the rules inherently because they have capital, then they will accumulate more capital. And it is in the interest of capital to accumulate more capital. And they don't work in the interest of their people. They work in the interest of their shareholders. So capital just keeps taking capital. And where do you think they're taking it from? Yo, what's going on, Edward Kaczynski? He said it. He literally said it. Oh, the source. Are you asking for the source on when Trump said that he might cancel midterms? Because I can give it to you. If he says it doesn't mean he will do it, by your logic, he recovered the economy? If he says it doesn't mean he will do it, by your logic, he recovered the economy. That's not the logic. The logic is what he has proved he will do. What he has proved he is willing to do. What he has the capacity to do. He doesn't have the capacity to fix the economy. He won't cancel midterms. That would be civil war. Bruh. The attack on Venezuela, I'm going to explain my metaphor again. Imagine we're living in the Dawn of the Dead remake. We are all living in a mall with a bunch of zombies outside, and we have very limited resources. Among those limited resources is one gun. So let's say there's 20 of us and one gun. Now, we need somebody to wield the gun. There may be zombies that get in, there may be other people that get in that want to hurt us. We still have only one gun, somebody needs to wield it. Now, I'm not going to hand that gun over and just let one person decide how they're going to use it all the time. That would be fucking insane. That one person suddenly has dominance over the entire group. They have the threat of death in their hands. Maybe we'll create a board, 5 people. The 5 people get to decide how that person uses the gun. If a zombie comes in, you can shoot that zombie. Otherwise, the board is going to decide how you use it. You are just the trigger person. That person takes the gun. They agree. This is the rules that they have agreed to abide to. They understand that everyone is afraid of the gun. Now, we see a person outside the mall and we're all excited because, hey, person. So we all run over to the door, and that person just pulls out the gun and shoots that person dead. Things have suddenly changed. That person has the gun. They said that they would use it the right way, and now they have proven that they will just do it based on their judgment. They don't care about the rules or other people's judgment or what other people think about it. They don't care whether it makes other people afraid. They have proven that they have the gun. They will use the gun how they want to. Because they didn't have the authority to do it. So now we're just taking guesses at when this person is willing to use the gun. I don't feel safe in the mall anymore. Dude, kind of clueless. It doesn't matter how much of a dictator Maduro is. Trump still didn't have authority to do it. That doesn't give him authority. Well, I guess Edward can already guess what we're talking about at this moment. I just think you're looking at the face of fascism and hoping to God it's just a joke. Yeah. He doesn't only troll. Yes, companies make money, duh, but this is not trade that have winners and losers. I change my time and knowledge for short-term stability in form of payday, and company get worker to create products. We are both better off. Yeah, but unfairly better off. Like you're going, hey, you're going to make my life better, so I'm willing to just like make your life more better. For how long do you have to make that capitalist's life better than yours got because you both benefit each other? For how long is that fair? To what degree is that fair? Because they can't do it without you. You can't do it without them. Cool, the kidnapping was illegal, right? Or actually, bro, oh my God. The more I hear the Venezuelan situation as a Hispanic, and the more I hear the ICE situation and the deportations of people and documentation progress, it's just boiling my blood. Yeah. If we maintain no evidence to Maduro's dictatorship, we can debate to which extent it is beneficial to individuals. Sure, I'm not happy generally with the exchange rate. Either you care or you don't. You continue to change the subject, and I think it's because you see what's going on. It's difficult to process. I honestly, Evil Alien Robot, I think kind of clueless constantly shifts the goalposts because that's just how his brain is trained to react to political conversation. I don't think he is even doing it intentionally. Congress has the authority. Yep, Congress has the authority. It does if he is a wanted criminal with evidence. That's not how that works, kind of clueless. That's not how that works. Nope, that's not how that works. Commander-in-chief means he commands the military. That doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants with the military. Within the guidelines of what he's allowed to do with the military, he's the one who issues commands. This is basic legal knowledge. Basic. Maybe focus on one at a time. You still haven't responded to the thing I keep asking you about left violence. You are supposed to be supporting your fucking position. You just claim that the left is... There's a miasma in the air called the left, and they just are violent. That is your position. No, Commander-in-Chief does not have the constitutional powers or rights to do what he did. Correct. We're doing a law quiz. Sock Now, you got that one right. Kind of Clueless, you got that one absolutely wrong. Back to remedial law studies with you. I don't have the means currently to use my time and knowledge to use it, which is the void the capitalists fill to allow me to use my abilities. Mr. Sidious, I don't have an issue with promoting someone's benefit for giving you opportunities. If somebody wants to invest capital, that's great. They can get an outsized benefit from that from the start. 50 years later, should they still be getting more benefit out of that than the other people holding that company up? On what basis? Why? Trump broke the U.S. Constitution in acts of war. He broke the UN Charter. He is liable for these crimes. He broke the Constitution over and 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 over. The Constitution is as good as dead after this presidency. During this presidency. Great word. Miasma refers to a noxious vapor or poisonous atmosphere once believed to cause disease rising from swamps or rotting matter, though it's now used metaphorically for any oppressive, unhealthy, or corrupting influence or environment, like a miasma of fear or miasma of pollution, originating from Greek for pollution. It described foul-smelling air thought to spread illness before germ theory replaced it. It is a great I mean, there's some context in there that I didn't know in using the term miasma, but that is a great comparison to what Kind of Clueless believes the left is. He's like, there's so much violence out there. It's gonna spread disease. The evil air is gonna spread disease. That's my argument towards you. You said you should do a phone call. I entered Discord and waited for you. Did you let me know you were in there? Like, I didn't notice you come up. You've done nothing but tell me I'm not acting on my words? I didn't see you tell me that you came up in voice chat. I'm sorry. Like, dude, I've been poking and prodding you for an hour to answer this fucking question. You can tell me maybe a couple times, hey, dude, I'm in voice chat. I'm not going to feel bad about it. It's ridiculous behavior. No bases at all. I think people should value their time and knowledge much higher. Well, then how are they supposed to get that power? How are they supposed to... I believe that workers should be valued more, but just let the capitalists do whatever they want. Okay? Listen, I, as a Puerto Rican, I know the U.S. laws, and I know the legal system here and the legal system over there in the federal U.S. government. I know the rule of law. Yeah. Clueless. It doesn't matter... it doesn't matter whether he is a dictator or not. He is the president of his country. Yep, head of state. Trump doesn't have the right to displace or get involved. Same thing happened with Gaddafi in Libya. I mean, it's just an insane position to think that, like, the president can attack anyone because they assess that it's necessary. What? That's insane. Insane. Do we apply this to every world leader? Every world leader? If any world leader thinks that any other world leader is a threat, we're just, go ahead. That's legitimate. Listen, citizens have the right under the Second Amendment to keep the government accountable. That's not what the Second Amendment's for. I am not advocating for violence, but it is. I'm sorry, if you say that, if anyone ever says the Second Amendment is for fighting off a tyrannical government, I am going to comment on it. That's not what it's for. I'm not advocating for violence, but it is one of the powers that the Constitution gives the people, especially when unconstitutional things happen and Congress and the Supreme Court are not doing anything about it. The citizenry has the right. By the Constitution's standards, no individual has the right. I look at the capitalist class as not needing defending. Why are we defending people with trillion-dollar market capitalization in their companies? Yeah. What are they doing for us? Why should we, like, kowtow to them? It would be like a president issuing speeding tickets in another country. Clueless? Are you coming up again? Are you still here? I've got the Discord up so I can look at the waiting room. I don't see you in there. Be like a president's issuing speeding tickets in another country. Yeah, like it would definitely not be the equivalent of that. It would be way worse than that. Also, I was not arguing that companies should pay you the same for 50 years. I'm not saying they should pay you the same for 50 years. For how long should the capitalist have control of the company? Dude, I'm not reading Discord right now. I I'm waiting for you to come up in voice chat. Whoa. What the hell? Take the time to acknowledge Canada for inventing Lululemons? No. Fuck brands. How long? If they founded forever, it is their property after all. So, because they founded it, then the workers like okay. Okay. I I get what your position is. So if anybody wants workers' rights, they need to start their own company. Period. Okay. Great. What a realistic way to support the people. Cool. Evil alien robot. I think you mean put fuck brands on a label. Right, defending people who already have enough. Like, yeah, seriously. Like, fuck them. No unionizing. No unionizing. Just start your own company. Duh. Well, the problem, Edward, is so far we've been talking about just unrestrained capitalism. In unrestrained capitalism, you cannot unionize. It is not functionally available to you. Okay, okay. What? Why is this message held? What for what purpose? I'm going to read this out loud to try to understand this. This message has been held for me to judge. I still don't see you in the waiting room. Kind of clueless. Starting your own company isn't enough for a poor mother that is a nurse that has 5 kids and she's on Snap and Wick. What is this? Why was that held? If you want no, Mr. Sidious, this is the way capitalism works. If you want worker rights, fuck you. Beg, servant. Yeah, Mr. Sidious, you're forgetting that the capitalist isn't the only one who is bringing negotiating power to the table against the worker. Against the worker is also starvation. Yeah, how many people are you going to say that to, Mr. Sidious? For how long are you going to look for this job before you decide you're going to take whatever it takes to you're going to take whatever pay you get just so you can eat? You know, the capitalist isn't on a timeline. Every worker's on a fucking timeline. I can't be hungry forever. We don't hold power. What are you talking about? Workers don't have power unless they use that power through the state. Yeah, exactly. Take the deal or starve. I don't see you in voice chat. What are you talking about? You're not in here. Dude, in the Discord. Dude, get in the Discord voice chat. Why are you. Why are we running in circles like this? What's going on? Just get in the freaking voice chat on the Discord. This is a real family structure in the United States. Here in Puerto Rico, it's even worse than the United States, because over here you have people who cannot work and they live in a multifamily dwellings and they have to work under the table. Dude, suck now. I'm sorry that you live in, like, not that you live in Puerto Rico, but that the place that you live is so not even ignored, just derided by the government that is supposed to serve you. In December, I was talking to another political streamer about how far do things need to go for there to be a January 6th style insurrection, but from the left. The problem is that there can't be. The left can't do that. The left is incapable of doing it because the left is too devoted to the systems that need to be in place. Like, you might get a demonstration, you might get a protest, even a riot, in fighting back against violence that is occurring against them. But the left doesn't believe in the possibility, at least not the American left. There have been socialist movements before, or like socialist military movements before in other countries, but at least in the American left, and I guess you'd have to suffer for decades probably. The left doesn't believe that you can have a justified system if the system is gained through dishonest means. Like, how can you claim that your system can serve people in an egalitarian society if you just took it and forced it upon them? Not to say there are no people on the left that would support that. I mean, I'm sure like there would be a lot of communists that would support that. But in general, no. All right, kind of clueless. I see you. Give me 1 second. We do. You don't need state. Unions are a lovely example. Union doesn't have to be it. Dude, Mr. Sidious. Unions cannot exist without union rights, without worker rights. Okay. Kind of clueless. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then I'll be right back to be on voice chat. Be right back, guys. Fuck brands. That's why. Okay. Very quick before bring kind of clueless up, I just want to let everybody know that like a week and a half ago, I want to say at this point, we did a breakdown of a 5-minute PragerU video by Dinesh D'Souza about whether fascism is left or right. and I think we pretty well tore it to pieces. And I've been editing the video down a little bit, and I'm planning to release that after stream tonight, so y'all can check it tomorrow or see it come out tonight, whatever. Just wanted to let y'all know that that was coming if y'all wanted to catch that. Okay. My mouse is fucked up. Dude, come on. There we go. Check, check. Oh, you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Let me exit the video.
Okay.
All right. I think the echo is gone.
Okay, glad that we could finally get together in voice chat. Okay.
What's up, man? It's been a little while.
It has been a little while. You know, both because, you know, I'm streaming every night and because I'm ADHD'd out as fuck. I don't remember what we talked about, and so it's good to hear your voice again and be reminded of the things that we talked about. So I remember a little bit now. So the reason I brought you up here, just to recap a little bit for everybody in chat, is I mean, I don't remember what prompted this from you, but I remember you saying that left and right are just as bad on violence.
You were asking me about why the left was just as violent as the right, and I was saying that they were both equal.
I was going back to the first comment. The first comment was you brought up left and right are just as bad on violence, and then I said so justify that. Okay. And then you wanted me to. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Current influence from the left right now is to stand in front of law enforcement of ICE.
Hold on. That is totally different than what you were saying in chat. What you said in chat was that the left is pushing, like, I would even argue with that, but I want to argue with the original point. The original point was that the left is pushing for fighting.
I did bring this up in chat. I brought what I just said, I brought that exact point up in chat.
You said fight in chat. You said the left is pushing to fight law enforcement.
Okay, well, what would you call it?
What would I call what? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I would like you to justify what you're talking about.
Okay, so current left policy, or not policy, I'm sorry, current left influence is we need to stop ICE at all costs.
From whom?
Right? From every, what are they?
Okay, sure thing, little pound cakes.
All right, so Minnesota, for instance. We'll take the most instant. We'll take the most recent one. For Minnesota.
Hold on. Let me get my notes up. Oh, that is not the document that I wanted. Wait, what?
We can take Renee as an example, which is a terrible thing to do, and I feel terrible for Renee, just to be clear.
It's making me re-sign in. This sucks. What? Can I skip? What is your problem?
Oh, I'm supposed to ask you about Lululemons as well.
Fuck brands. I don't even need to look.
Sorry.
Choose your Gmail address. Can I just skip? Just let me. Oh my god. Gmail's pissing me off, dude.
But we are supposed to have a serious conversation about Lululemons. All right, you can't deflect that one, okay?
Okay. I don't give Canada any credit for Lululemons because fuck
they
brands.
Deserve all the credit. You're a piece of shit.
Well, I'll have to accept that one. I'll take it on the chin.
All right, man. Fair enough. I guess I may have been a little aggressive. I'll take my partial.
Okay, I need like an alternative email address. Gmail. What the hell is going on? Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna do this. So infuriating. Okay.
No, last time we talked until 6 o'clock in the morning, and I can't guarantee I'm
oh
gonna do
God.
the same.
Well, I would rather not do that again. I don't want a new
Yeah.
folder. I want a new document. Thank you. Thank you. Finally. Ivan Zuzu, what's your opinion on the recent developments on the ongoing conflicts going on with ICE and protesters, and is that in coordination with the Iran protests?
I mean, that's different, but
What? What? I don't even. What's going on there? Don't do that. Cool. Glad that
oh,
was
you're
there.
reading your folder?
Huh?
You were reading your folder?
Dude, I don't know what was going on with Gmail. I don't even.
Fair, okay. I thought you were asking me a question. I was like, what?
That's not right. There we go. There we go. That took me way too long. I can't be doing that shit. All right. Let's go through the basic spiel. We won't go through like all of my questions that I normally like to ask. We'll just do the basics. Okay. Name, age, and pronouns, please.
Oh, we did that last time, man. You already got me.
The audience doesn't know.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean,
I'm
pronouns
gonna
are
go
for
with
third person use anyway. It's for the chat to talk about you.
I'm gonna go with he, him, but I do not believe in pronouns.
Yes, you do.
Not in the sense that y'all are referencing.
Okay, I'll just leave it at that, I guess.
I mean, if I don't want to get stuck on this topic, we
Right.
took a call for a different topic.
That's why I'm not pressing on it, because I don't want to have the same
Fair enough.
conversation again.
Fair enough.
She doesn't have to use pronouns if she doesn't want to. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, man, I got long hair. I've been
Alright.
called a she so many times, you know. It is what it is.
All right, chat, use whatever pronouns you want. And what was your how do you want to be referred to again?
Just clueless. It's a good one.
Age?
Let's go with 30.
Okay. All right. Okay. So you're saying that the
Wait, can you do your spiel?
You moved on from policy to what vibes? The vibes of the left?
So our previous
you want me to go through the
conversation
whole spiel? I mean, if you'll do it fast, you want to do it fast?
So your name is Know Nothing Attorney.
Oh, that spiel. You can call me Know Nothing or Austin. I'm 36 for 3 more days now, and I go by he, him, or he, they. It's fine.
No, I like the part
He,
you
them.
added last time where you were talking about through only do we believe that we know nothing.
I mean, that's usually like my sign on. Yeah, for anybody who hasn't heard my sign on yet, I'm Know Nothing Attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can learn anything, and we are in the business of learning here.
That's a wonderful thing, and I'd love to start with that.
Thank you, geriatric. That means a lot to me. Clueless seems like a Z-Zimzer.
All right.
Edward says they want to be referred to as Neil. Okay. Okay. So you were saying that what the vibe of the left is to stop ICE at any cost?
If you want to describe it as the vibe, and
I want what your words are.
Okay, so
That's why I asked it as a question. The rhetoric.
The rhetoric of the left is to remove ICE from the states that they do not belong. Correct? Are you reading chat and waiting for an answer?
No, I'm typing in notes. I want to make sure that I have your
Okay.
words. Okay. The rhetoric of the left is to remove ICE from the states that they do not belong. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I would agree with that.
Okay.
I
So
mean,
when you
I
say that,
actually I agree with that. I don't know that I would say the left agrees with that. I would have to look at statements from left-wing politicians and
oh,
leaders.
would you say that California agrees that ICE should be removed from their state?
Oh, hell yeah.
Do you believe that Minnesota agrees that ICE should be removed from their state?
Hell yeah.
Do you believe that Oregon believes that ICE should be removed from their state?
I don't know statements from Oregon on that issue.
But you see where my point kind of gained some
I
traction.
imagine that they want them out. Yeah, that this isn't
But
what you were saying.
How is this not what I was saying?
Because you were saying the left is violent.
Okay, so how do you remove ICE?
Preferably with a judicial order.
Okay, and not with parking your car in front of them and blocking and impeding law
Or yeah,
enforcement's path.
making their job hard just kind of like slows them down, I guess.
So you would suggest to not do that.
I would suggest to not do that. I suggest I would suggest I would support anybody taking any legal action to impede ICE from doing their job. Yes.
Okay, so you would conform to the same rhetoric to stand in front of the guys of ICE. Now, we have to remember that they have guns. They have been harassed on the daily. They are frustrated and prone to mistakes. And your suggestion is for the left to stand in front of them and prevent them from doing what they're trying to do. And that's going to wind up not being a violent
Yes,
reaction.
because I don't put blame on people who haven't done anything wrong. What the fuck?
Okay, so they haven't done anything wrong.
Are you fucking serious right now, dude?
So you would maintain the same belief to put them in harm's way, right?
Who's putting them in
Because
harm's
you
way?
believe ICE is a
Clueless, who's putting them in harm's way?
You believe ICE is a harmful entity, yes or no?
Absolutely.
So you believe that the left should stand in front of ICE and peacefully protest them, correct?
Yeah, that's my belief, sure.
Okay, so if you believe that ICE is a harmful entity and you believe the left should stand in front of them, then you want to put the left in front of a harmful entity, correct?
No.
That's what you just said.
No.
That's literally what you just said.
I would support.
Are you taking notes?
I would no, dude. You have a really hard time with conflating different ideas.
I asked you two questions. You answered both of them.
Hey, I'll tell you what you asked me, and I'll tell you what my answers were, and then maybe you can see the difference between the two ideas. Would I support people doing that? Would I promote people doing that? Would I want people to do that? Yes. So do I support putting them in front of them? No. If people want to put themselves in harm's way for a good cause, hell yeah, man. That's what I'm doing. It's not the same. I'm not putting myself in the same amount of danger. I'm not putting myself in present danger, but I had to make a hard decision to be as vocal as I am online. Not that I'm big yet, but like even if I were large, I would be as vocal about who I am. People could easily figure out who I am from the stuff I talk about online. And I don't trust the people in power.
But they would be heroes if they did.
What?
So you're saying they shouldn't do it, but they would be heroes if they did?
No, they should do it, but I'm not going to advocate for anybody pushing anybody to be out there. I'm to put them out there. Your words was put them out there. Nobody's putting them out there but themselves.
Correct, except for influence by
influence doesn't put anybody anywhere, dude.
Okay, then what is the entire argument against the right wing? MAGA?
Because MAGA uses state force to do things.
Oh, you're talking about the federal. I thought you were talking about MAGA. What is the argument against MAGA? The fascists, the racists, the
Because MAGA supports this.
Oh, okay, but I thought that was a decision.
What?
So if the left doesn't pressure people to stand in front of ICE, then how does MAGA pressure or I'm sorry, how does Trump pressure MAGA to adhere to these rules
Kind of
of MAGA?
clueless. Let's walk through this a little bit. How do you stop a government from doing anything? Let's take it to one person. How do you stop a president from doing anything?
Court of law matters a lot.
What if he ignores that?
Of course. I don't believe that he has.
He has. He has ignored multiple court orders.
His executive orders haven't been shot down at all.
Multiple of his executive orders have been shot down, but he ignores that. He has ignored more judicial orders than any president in history.
All right, so which executive order has been shot down and is continuing to persist?
Which executive orders have been shot down and have not been shot down and continue to persist?
No, have been shot down and continue to persist.
You know that he can command things without an executive order, right?
Well, that's what an executive order is to command things, and then after the court of law
specifically an executive order is a written command from the president to agencies.
Right, and then after the court shoots it down.
Right, but he can also issue he can also issue orders without an executive order, like a written executive order.
But that's not what that's adding something new. We weren't talking about that. You said that
okay. I was making sure you understood that.
Well, I answered that.
All right. Let's pull up our handy dandy. My computer crashed and I don't have all of my stuff up that I usually have up.
Fair enough.
Oh. Now they're still standing in front of that door. Wow.
Who?
Oh, sorry. I brought up Google Chrome and had the... Wow, why am I using the brand name? I brought up my browser. I brought up my browser.
Went back to 2025. I went back to early 2025 when you said they're still standing in front of that door. I was like, huh?
Okay, let's go in here. How do I want to do this?
Just out of curiosity, you haven't seen any of the Tim Walz stuff yet?
I have vaguely heard about it. I don't consider that to be very pressing news.
Well, when you condemn Trump, you have to realize that you had a second option, which was Kamala and Tim Walz, right?
Okay, well, now you're about to start like challenging me on claims. You're about to make me agree or disagree on a claim. I'd rather stick to one subject, and we can get to another one later if we have time.
Fair.
I don't want to open up a whole new conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. All right. Fair enough.
Let's see. I'll pull this up in just a second.
It sucks. I want to talk to chat too. I know they're talking, but I can't see them because I know my voice echoes at the same time. I can't talk to you and chat at the same time.
Maintain a neutral position. Cool. And now I will pull that up. Let's see what we can get for a starting research position here. So on this channel, for new people, we do not pretend like people are not going to use AI, so we do our best to model reasonable...
Oh, we've done this before.
Yep. What you and I have, many people in chat are new tonight. We do our best to model ethical, responsible uses of AI. So I have asked for a neutral position on scanning the news for judicial orders, and I'm not going to be satisfied with an answer unless my interlocutor is satisfied with an answer. If we need to look for specific sources, we will look for specific sources. Okay.
But AI forms to whoever is asking the questions. So, for instance, you're a left-wing party that is asking over and over questions. So AI is going to conform to your left-wing policies.
Sock now, I
It's,
hate
it's
Sock now, I hate AI also. But we're going to model for people who will use AI for research how you can use AI for research. So here is how like things like the scientific method work. Clueless, going by Clueless.
how about we
So
just don't
I
use
can
AI?
no.
We all Right, so Sock now is he's a reforming. He's been here before. I've been here before. You're the owner of the channel. How about
Yep.
we just don't use AI? We all disagree with it.
I don't disagree with the AI. I just don't like the use of AI in modern society. So here's what we're going to do. You can tell me if you don't think any of these are accurate. It's giving the sources: NBC News, ProPublica, Wikipedia, Democracy Docket, CBS News, Law and Crime. You can tell me if you take issue with any of these, and
None of
then we
those
can go
work.
find
What
those.
about Fox
We can go
News?
find. Hey, we can go find the source ourselves.
What
If
about
you
you mentioned CBS, you mentioned CNN. How did Fox News not pop up in that? Is that not immediately problematic? If you're gonna list only left-wing mainstream media on your AI, how are you not gonna list the right-wing mainstream media? That's immediately one-sided news.
Here's a really good example for why your question doesn't land. Here's ground news. Trial begins for Stanford students for occupying offices in pro-Palestinian protest. How many sources are covering this story? 19. How many conservative sources are covering this story? 0.
You need AI for ground news?
No, I just brought up ground news to prove your point is groundless.
You read AI. You read what the news sources were. You said CNN, CBS. Those were two mainstream medias that operate
Uh-huh.
only on left,
And you
but you did
said,
not mention Fox at all.
right, right. And then I proved to
Okay, so
you
you
why.
mentioned nothing left-wing media on your AI search. How does that not prove my point?
I don't believe that any corporate media is truly left wing, but okay. But then I proved to you how that was not a legitimate protest because I found a story here on the front page of Ground News about a trial for Stanford students for occupying offices in Stanford for a pro Palestinian protest. 19 sources covered it, 0 conservative sources did. So when you ask, why didn't Fox pop up? Well, hey, maybe Fox didn't even cover that fucking story.
Why don't you ask the AI about Tim Watson, since AI has such good
Hey, how about we
coverage?
stay on subject, Clueless? If you've got an issue with the source, maybe
You were
we
just
can.
talking about
Hey, hey,
pro-Palestinian
hey,
coverage. It's talking about
hey, calm your
pro-Palestinian
ass
coverage.
down,
How is
dude.
it on
Calm your ass
subject?
down. Be an adult.
You were changing subject and then accused me of changing subject.
I'm not changing this subject. I'm addressing your
Okay, then
challenge
what
to
does
my point.
pro-Palestinian have to do with us? What
Jesus
we were talking about?
Christ, dude. How hard do I have to spell this out for you? I
Okay,
brought
spell
up
it out. Go ahead.
to. You said, where is the conservative source on this? So I pulled up on the front page of Ground News, immediately near the top, an example of a story where conservative sources didn't even cover the fucking story. That's my answer to your concern about conservative sources not even covering the story. Now, let me point out also that this is just bullshit that we're running on, because if you have an issue with the source, then we can read what they said, and then we can go check the sources that they relied on ourselves. This is not a difficult thing. This is how grown-ups do research.
My question, or your question, was how is left and right equal in violence? I answered that. We jumped to AI, and then you switched to this
You still haven't
pro-Palestinian.
answered that. You still haven't even named a violent thing that they have promoted.
I did. I did
No.
answer that. That's
Hey,
why you
I
went to AI. That was the whole reason
No,
you went to
that's
AI.
not
I
even
did
why we
answer
went to
that.
AI. The reason we went to AI was you asking what
Re-answer
executive
it in the
orders were.
same.
Excuse
How about
me?
I re-answer that with the same incentive that if you were to, when Minnesota says they want ICE out of their state, do you agree with that?
Yes.
When California says they want ICE out of their state, do you agree with that?
Yes.
When Oregon says they want ICE out of their state, do you agree with that? Not so sure. They don't have so many sources.
Uh-huh.
We've done this. I've
Okay.
answered your question, and then
Mm-hmm.
you switched to AI, and now you're telling me I didn't answer your question. That was the topic, and then you switched to AI, and you brought up
I switched to
pro-Palestinian.
research.
You
Now,
switched, and then you brought up pro-Palestinian and told me that I was veering off course.
because you wanted to start talking about Tim Walz as a second option.
I brought him up briefly, just like you brought up pro-Palestinian.
I'm not
And I
talking
told you
about
I
the
didn't want to
dude.
go to
I'm not
AI.
talking about the pro-Palestinian thing. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how left and right sources cover news, because that's what you asked about.
Okay, so what right-wing media was brought up on that conversation?
That's my point.
None of them, right?
There are 19 sources that covered this pro-Palestinian story, and none of them were conservative. So when you point out that there isn't conservative coverage of a story, that doesn't necessarily mean because it's being ignored. That's the point. So again, it doesn't even matter if Fox News is left out, because I'm not relying on the AI for an answer. I'm relying on the AI as a starting point for research. So now, if you take issue with any of the things that any of these sources said, again, we can go check it ourselves. This isn't that hard, Clueless.
Okay, so where's your stance now that you've done your research? Is the left-wing media encouraging left-wings to stand in front of people with guns, or no?
How about we address the thing that you asked, which was what
That's
executive
what I.
orders what executive orders are still standing that were ruled unconstitutional? And I asked the
Okay,
AI,
okay, yeah.
what judicial orders has Trump violated? Is that an unfair framing of that question? Because that's what we care about, right?
It
Is
would
he's ignoring
it,
judicial
it
orders on his actions.
it would be a start, but you have to continue on afterwards. You have to. He
To
would have to continue pressing the issue in. Uh,
I don't think so. I think any violation of a judicial order is bullshit, dude.
no, because the conversation was what executive order was passed and then went to court,
Uh-huh.
was canceled, and then continued.
Right. So he would be violating the court order.
If he continued it.
That would be what the violation is. If a court tells him
Okay,
to not
go
do
ahead.
something and then he does it, that's a violation of a court order. Okay. The federal funding freeze. U.S. District Judge John McConnell in Rhode Island ruled that the Trump administration had violated his order halting a sweeping federal funding freeze.
What year was that?
How's that one? 2025.
Okay.
He froze federal funds. And the judge told him, hey, no, you have to release those because you are the president. You don't get to decide how money is spent. And Trump continued the freeze anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's a basic one.
Okay. All right. Alien Enemies Act deportations. U.S. District Judge James Boasberg ordered that deportation flights be turned back and individuals returned to the U.S. The Trump administration allowed the flights to proceed despite his order.
Yeah, I would disagree with that one. Yeah, I would say Trump was wrong with that one.
Okay. The Abrego Garcia case. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was deported to El Salvador in March 2025, despite a 2019 order from an immigration judge granting him legal protection from deportation to that country.
I'm unfamiliar with that, so I have no stance on it.
You're unfamiliar with Kilmar Abrego Garcia?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that was like the deportation story for fucking months, where they A guy came to the United States and lived here illegally for a few years. He was in contact with, I think, when he finally got arrested. He was with a group of people. I trying to remember what was going on with that, but he got arrested and then he was released. And from then on, he was in contact with the federal government. The federal government checked in on him multiple times, but in the initial arrest, he requested asylum, but the judge found that it had been too long. You have to apply for asylum within a certain amount of time, and it had been, I think, years past the deadline. But the judge said, you do have credible fears, based on my findings. You have credible fears of being returned to El Salvador. And so I will issue an order of withholding, if I'm remembering the legal term correctly, saying you cannot be deported to El Salvador. That would be, I don't think he said this, but I think this is the basis, is that'd be cruel and unusual punishment to punish you by sending you to El Salvador, which is the place you fled from, where your family was being threatened by the gangs there.
Right. It was a more complicated case, right?
Right. And so the federal government knew that he could not be deported to El Salvador, and he was living there under federal knowledge. He continued to live in the United States and work in the United States. And by the way, this is the way that illegal immigrants have worked in this country for decades, like going back at least as far as.
Are you in favor of illegal immigrants?
Am I in favor of illegal immigrants? I'm not in favor of illegal immigrants. I'm in favor of not deporting people who haven't done anything wrong.
Would you consider a legal immigrant doing something wrong or no?
I'm talking about once they're in their communities, whether they're contributing to their communities or harming their communities.
Even if they entered it illegally?
Yeah, they should be here if they're a benefit to their community. Why would I care?
So you're saying even if they broke the law, but they are a benefit, then it's all right?
If they committed a misdemeanor by entering the country illegally, then yeah, I think if they're a benefit to their community, they should stay there, like an American citizen who commits a misdemeanor.
Okay, so you're in favor of open border?
No, that's not the same thing. That's ridiculous.
Why is that
Also,
not
we're
the same
moving off
thing?
the
Why
subject.
is a misdemeanor and just letting people in not the same thing?
Because we should still enforce our border. So if we see them walking across, what?
Where should we enforce the border if we're not allowed to put ICE into effect?
Wait, no, Maddie. A misdemeanor is a crime. A misdemeanor is a crime that is not punishable by confinement and under a certain dollar amount for a fine. So we would enforce the border like we always do with
ICE,
legal
which we stand against, correct?
Sorry?
We should enforce the border with ICE, which you stand against, right?
I don't believe ICE's job is protecting
To enforce the border.
I don't think that's their job.
Immigration is not ICE's job.
That's not what I said. I don't think their job is to protect the border. See, this is a persistent problem, dude. You conflate ideas all the time. You need to have a more discerning mind.
Okay, so ICE should not do their job.
It isn't ICE. ICE doesn't have anything to do with that.
People that inflict misdemeanors,
Border
they're perfectly
Patrol?
fine.
Is that who you're thinking of?
Okay, so you're in favor of Border Patrol.
Yeah, I'm in favor of Border Patrol.
Okay, but not ICE.
What? If ICE was assigned to protect the border, then ICE would be fine protecting the border. That's fine. I mean,
Okay,
I wouldn't personally trust them with that job, but if the federal government does, then I've got no basis to protest.
What's the difference?
The type of people that join the service. I mean, Border Patrol is full of a lot of people that I wouldn't recommend doing that job either, but ICE, who joins ICE these days?
The type of people. You're just saying that ICE is inherently racist or something?
The people who are joining it now, yeah. Why would you join that today if not for that purpose?
So your implication is that the people in ICE currently have recently joined and are racist.
the people who have recently joined, I would expect to be racist.
And why is that?
Because there is no reason to remove these people from the country, and they
Then
are...
why is there a reason to block them from coming into the country?
Huh?
Then why is there a reason to block them from coming into the? Wouldn't blocking them
Hey,
from coming into the country be just as racist?
hey, you want to be super honest with me for a second? Who do you think I want blocked from entering the country?
Immigrants?
What kind of immigrants do I want blocked from entering the country?
Well, an immigrant is a classification of all different races.
Sure, and I want some immigrants, right? What kind of immigrants do you think I don't want entering the country?
I don't know. That sounds like you have a color in mind. What is it?
A color? Dude, what the
Yeah,
fuck? What the
you said
fuck?
you said you were
What?
okay with you said you were okay with some immigrants coming into the country, but not others.
That's where your mind went? Dude, that's
That's what you said.
wild. That's so wild. I can't believe this.
Okay, so what immigrants are you okay with letting
Dude,
in, and what
I would
immigrants are
expect that
you
you're
okay with not letting in?
I would expect your answer would go to like the types of people that we don't allow in. Like that should be the first thing you do. Like if somebody has a history of violent crime, we don't let them immigrate here. Why would you
What was
jump to
your
the
question?
color of a person?
What was your question? Go ahead and rephrase it.
I said, what kind of immigrants do you think I don't want in?
Okay, answer
And when
the
I
question
said
then.
kind, you jumped to race?
Okay, so go ahead and answer the question. Answer your question.
Answer my question?
Yeah.
I don't want people who are going to be dangerous to come in.
Oh, so you want non-dangerous immigrants.
Yeah, I want people who are going to be benefits to their community. Yeah.
Good save, brother. Good save.
Save from what?
Save from the damn question you asked, man. If I had asked that same question, you guys would be all over me.
Dude, this is not what you think it is. If somebody says what kind of immigrant should come across the border, most people are going to think like innocent people, like harmless people who are going to work. They're not going to jump to thinking about race. That's not
You
normal,
want to put
dude.
that into a
That's
vote?
not normal.
Into a vote?
Huh?
I bet you we put that into a Facebook vote, and I bet you wind up wrong.
Well, I would be sad if I was wrong. But I don't expect a civilized human being to do that. That's not normal.
It was your question, man. I don't know what to tell you.
The question was fine. You jumped to race. That's why I was so surprised.
Man, we had this conversation last time, and I literally talked about the irony of me discussing race with you. That was our last phone call.
I don't think that's irony. I think it's typical that you would bring up race.
Do you remember the last conversation we had on this subject?
Yeah, DEI, you have an issue with non-race based hiring.
Yeah, the point where I brought that issue up.
You think if fewer if white people are inordinately disproportionately hired and they get brought down to proportionately hired, you think that's somehow racist. Like if people are not hiring on the basis of race, you think that's racist because fewer of them are getting hired.
All right, so you will acknowledge that this country was founded by Europeans, which are a white race.
I
And
don't see how
then
that
you will
matters,
sit
but
there.
okay. Go
Oh
ahead.
no, it doesn't matter. It's like if you were to move over to China and then argue why all the jobs are held by Chinese, right? It makes no sense.
Dude, what I just said was disproportionately. I said if they are disproportionately hired and they got brought down to being proportionately hired, If the decisions were not made on the basis of race, you would still consider that racist. That's where
I
we
would
landed
consider
last time.
no.
So you want to get back to how there's any violence being promoted by the left?
I answered that 3 times.
By if they stand in front of them?
The encouragement to stand in front of them.
How is that violent, dude? You're encouraging people to stand there.
You're encouraging people to stand in front of guys with guns, correct?
Right. So the guys with guns might be violent, but how is standing there violent?
Okay, so can we use Renee as an example, which is a terrible example, and once again, nobody should die over politics.
No, let's stick with
regarding
standing
this-
in front of people. I want to stick with that one. You explain that one to me.
Okay, so can we use Renee as an example?
That's not standing in front of people. So no, I'd like to stick with the example that you gave.
Okay, so you don't
Unless
consider
it-
parking in front of people standing in front of people?
I'm not going to make a claim about whether parking is in front of people is standing in front of people. I want to stick with standing in front of people. Let's put people on their 2 feet, standing in front of people with guns, because that was the point you wanted to bring up, unless you want to concede that that was ridiculous.
Okay, so over at the Oregon ice facilities, which I don't have a name for the exact facility, but there's
Anatomy.
Oregon ice facilities where the frogman stands in front of,
Uh-huh.
right?
That fucking frog girl, my goddamn hero, shaking her ass at the fucking ice guys. Yeah.
Yeah,
What a
standing
boss.
in front of the guys with guns, which was my point.
Not even standing in front of him, shaking her ass at him. That was great. What a boss.
Okay, so standing in front of the guys with guns, right?
Yes, standing is not a violent action.
Let me ask you, as a lawyer, do you acknowledge any sort of, if you were to entice a violent reaction, do you acknowledge that as a problem?
Dude, basic law is you can only use the force that you're met with. Otherwise, it's unjustified.
Do you consider snowballs, ice balls, bottles?
Being met with lethal force, yeah, that's still unjustified.
How about a car? Would you consider a car lethal force?
A car moving at a lethal speed based on a reasonable person standard would be lethal, yeah.
So a car's not lethal at 1 mile an hour?
No.
A car could not kill somebody at 1 mile an hour.
Didn't say that. The question is whether the person being met with that force would have
No,
a
I asked
reasonable
you if
belief.
do you consider a car is lethal at 1 mile an hour? You said no. So I asked you if you do you think a car
Sorry. Okay, sure, fair. Is it lethal to whom? Because
anyone?
now to anyone, sure.
What do you mean whom? Is there a depiction of people that it's lethal to and not lethal to?
Yes.
Okay, who is it not lethal to?
A person who is aware of the car coming and has mobility to move out of the way. And the mental acuity to do so.
Okay, so how would you look at the Renee situation?
No, let's talk about people standing in front of them. We're still there. You have not conceded that that was ridiculous. So where is
Well, then why are
the
people still
force that
standing in front of them?
justifies lethal force? Explain that to me. Where is any amount of force being applied? Bottles?
Where's the encouragement? Why does left people keep standing in front of cars?
I also want to point out
That's
that
not make-believe.
this is completely separate from your point that said that the left was pushing for this. Whether people are doing it is entirely different. But so, repeat your question.
Wait, so you're saying the left is doing it, but the left is not pushing to do it, correct?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that these are different points. You are arguing about people doing it, and you're not
Saying that
arguing
the
about people
left-wing
pushing
media
people to do it.
is pushing people to do it, and you admitted that the left is doing it, but the left is not pushing to do it.
I haven't admitted that the left is standing there. The left is standing
You-
there. Who's pushing them to do
You're
that?
saying there's no evidence of left standing in front of cars and blocking traffic?
No, there is. Who's pushing them to do that?
Is it the right?
No. Are you saying a person electing to do that is them pushing themselves?
Well, if the left is doing it, who do you think is pushing them to do it?
Maybe their own sense of justice. That's what makes me want to go to a protest.
Okay, so all
That's
right,
why
by
I
your
would
own
like to be there right
definition,
now.
the left, their own sense of justice, so the
Mhm.
left would be pushing the left to do it, correct?
Pushing myself?
The left would be pushing themselves to do it. That's what you just said.
Well, hold on. You can't like. Are you saying that if every person on the left pushed themselves out the door as an individual by their own mental force, saying, I want to go out there, if all of them did that, would you be saying that they would the left would be pushing the left to go do it?
Would I be saying that the left will be pushing the left to go out the door by your definition of what you just gave me? Yes.
If every person decided on their own to go do it.
And you admit that they are left wing when they are doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I agree with you. People who are making their own decisions to go out there are doing that. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Okay. And I will also say that, hey, man, people who are going out there and committing violence, they are also pushing themselves to do that.
Okay, so ICE agents are fascists, correct?
I imagine some of them are mistaken. I imagine a bunch of them
No,
are actually
you
appreciate
said that
fascism.
ICE agents newly hired right now are currently racist, correct?
Yeah, racist. I thought you said fascist
Okay,
just a
why?
second ago. Fascist or racist?
Both. You agree with both, so both.
What? When you say I agree with both, I agree with being fascist and racist, or I agree that ICE is everyone newly hired by ICE is racist and fascist? Which one?
Yeah. But you agree that everybody newly hired by ICE is racist and fascist.
No. I just disagreed with
But
that a
you
second
agree,
ago.
okay, so you agree that they are racist.
I think that it is I will structure my stance more appropriately. I think it is likely that all of them are racist.
Okay, so you're going to adjust your stance from what you previously said.
From saying that they are to saying that it's likely because I'm not omniscient. Yeah, sure. I was mistaken to say to suggest I was omniscient before. Does that make you
I'm
feel
glad you
better?
adjusted your stance. I would hope you adjust your same stance that you just took and apply that to the Democrats as well.
On what? On what, dude?
You see no correlation there?
No, because you would have to demonstrate that these people have these issues.
Okay, so
where
how
is
do
the
you feel-
demonstration of
all right.
violence? You still haven't demonstrated violence.
Okay, so all right, so give me your opinion. All right, given the Renee stance, all right, what happened to Renee, right?
Uh-huh.
What should left wing do from this point?
What should the left wing do from this point? Well, my personal preference would be to push for a constitutional convention to dismantle the current federal government and make a new one.
All right. So you're saying they should peacefully protest,
Oh, that'd be great.
and then we should take it to court of law.
They should peacefully protest. They should vote left. Appropriate people should sue. People who have standing to sue. The state should do whatever is within their rightful power as a state to make ICE's job hard.
Make ICE's job hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they're
Got
hurting
it.
people. I would like them to stop hurting people.
Who are they hurting?
At a minimum, the people that they are intending to deport.
Which are
All sorts of people: illegal immigrants, legal immigrants, U.S. citizens.
Do you have examples of legal immigrants?
I don't off the top of my head. I don't know any of them by name.
Okay, fair enough. So we can exclude that then, can't we?
No, I would rather research it. You want to research it, or do you want to accept it?
No, I'd rather research it.
Cool.
Are you going to use AI again? Because I already told you I disagree with AI.
Great. Then once you disagree with the AI, we will find the source that the AI relied on, and if you disagree with the source, then we'll go to the first source. Like, why can't I think of that
All
term?
right.
Okay.
You're a lawyer, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you know that
I thought you had
lawyers
some
research all
sort
the
of
time?
database. Do you guys not have a database?
No, what the fuck? I have a database of like lawsuits, and those things charge by every single search you do.
Yeah, okay. I've seen that before. Yeah. All right, I hear you.
Somebody the other day, AI told me enjoy your meal when I was about to start eating my pizza. It was kind of a terrifying experience, to be honest. What? Hi, Cypher. I don't understand that your first comment on the channel. Okay. Please provide any examples you can find in the news in 2025 of ICE detaining and the subsequent deportation of a legal immigrant. Specifically,
Is there any right-wing chat in it?
legal and immigrant. What do you mean?
By right-wing chat?
A right-wing chat? What do you mean, like with AI?
No, by chat. I'm reading chat at this point.
Is there such thing as a right-wing chat? Oh, are you asking if there's anyone in chat that's right-wing?
Yeah. I'm asking if there's anybody in chat that's right-wing. Do you know Evelyn?
Evil alien? Evil alien's in here frequently.
You acknowledge him as right-wing? Or her? Sorry.
I don't remember evil alien robots politics.
All right. Well, I read up. I don't think they're right-wing.
Well, Cypher, you're welcome to leave anytime you want.
No. Siphon is responding to me. Siphon's responding to me in a
Ooh, the
sarcastic way.
secret LexisNexis and Westlaw database. I miss LexisNexis. I preferred Lexis. They had this really
They're
cool like bubble map that was like it connected cases. You could see how often a case was cited based on how big the bubble was, and then it was like organized left to right based on how old the case was. Westlaw does not have this, and I assume that it is they are not allowed to copy it by law. I miss that fucking thing. And like in my first job, like I kept showing people, and they were like, "Wait, Lexis has that? Why are we using Westlaw?" Lexis is the best. Well, Mahmoud Khalil, yeah. That was taking a fucking long time.
Oh, do you think, man?
What was the basis of this question? I'm trying to remember. If I think long enough, I can remember. But if you can remember faster, that'd be good.
Oh, that's not gonna happen. I was reading Evelyn. I got distracted by Evelyn.
Evelyn. Okay. Why were we bringing up? You said, who are they deporting? Why did you say who are they deporting?
I said, who are they deporting? And I brought up the fact that you were arguing. Oh Lord.
Oh, it was because I was saying they're harming people, and you're like people who committed crimes. I was like, oh, just whoever. It's funny to me
Right.
that you
Okay.
went to. Can you give me examples of legal immigrants instead of U.S. citizens?
Right, because I remember you mentioned before that you were okay with illegal immigrants as long as they were only committing misdemeanors.
I didn't say misdemeanors. If there are only misdemeanors coming here, then cool. Glad you came.
Okay, so you're agreeing that misdemeanors are okay. So
No.
illegal
How
immigrants
are
that
you
only
not
commit.
separating those two ideas? How is it that you're not doing that? I can walk you through it, but I shouldn't need to. Can you do it yourself? Or are you being
Well,
dishonest?
no, don't be insulting. All right, so relax. You said
Either you're being insulting or you don't understand. So I'm making sure I know which one it is.
okay. Well, I feel like I just clarified on the insulting part.
You
So let's
told me
look
to not
at
be insulting. Yes, evil
right.
alien, you are Evelyn.
Okay, so let's look at what you said previously, which is that you are okay
Uh-huh.
with illegal immigrants doing misdemeanors, correct?
In general, no. No one ever said that.
You said that.
No, I didn't. I never said that.
Okay, so we're gonna need a review in chat then. How many
You're gonna need
people
to
are in chat right now?
Dude, I
Do
can
we have
tell you
anybody that would...
exactly what I said. I said, if the only misdemeanor they committed was crossing the border, then cool, I'm glad you're here. And then you said, so you're cool with them committing misdemeanors. Not misdemeanors in general. I said, if the one they committed was that one. There are some laws I
Okay,
disagree with
so,
and some that I do.
okay, so they can enter this country on a misdemeanor and you're fine with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're okay with illegal immigrants starting with a misdemeanor, correct?
A specific one. Why are you
Oh,
generalizing my
okay. So there's
specific statement?
qualifications. It's just the one. It's as long as you just cross the border, that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the difference between open border and what your belief is?
The difference between an open border, because if we find them crossing the border, then we don't let them cross. We
Well,
make
then
them
how would
go
you get
through
a
the.
misdemeanor?
How would you get a misdemeanor? By not
You
being
have to be
caught.
found to get a misdemeanor, right?
But you get the misdemeanor when you're not caught. You get caught later. If you cross the border, if you cross the border and you live here for a year and then they end up finding you, then you can be charged with a misdemeanor.
So just to be clear, you're saying that you are not in favor of open borders, but you encourage people to cross the border under
No
a
one ever said
misdemeanor,
that.
correct?
Dude, you are very, very bad at processing ideas. I'm
You
not
said
trying to
are you
insult
in
you.
favor of
I'm
an
not,
open
dude, I'm
border?
not trying to insult you. This just keeps happening over and over and over again.
Are you in favor of an open border, yes or no?
No. The
Are
left
you
is
in
not in
favor of
favor of
people
an open
crossing
border,
the
dude. The
border?
left is not in favor of an open border.
Are you in favor of people crossing the border?
Am I in favor of people crossing the border? Not illegally.
But you said if they cross the border with a misdemeanor, that's okay, correct?
If they cross the border with a misdemeanor, I don't want them removed from the country necessarily. It's not
So
okay.
it's okay.
They can be
So it's
fined under the
okay.
misdemeanor.
So it's okay if you enter the country illegally, but you do not believe in an open border. You see how those policies they go against each other?
No, they don't. They literally don't.
How
Dude,
can you
look,
encourage
look,
people
look.
if you
Here,
cross the border
let me give
and
you
the
the extreme
repercussion is
ridiculous
it's
way. Like,
okay?
okay, let's imagine for a second that you didn't mind. Like, I'm trying to get you to adopt my position here. Let's imagine for a second that you don't want a person removed just because they came here. Okay?
Why would I not want that?
That's not the we're testing the part where you think these things are in conflict. So we're just adopting that one for a moment. You
Okay.
you don't believe in removing someone just because they came here illegally. Okay? What is your
Okay.
ideal border enforcement?
You get your passport.
No,
get
border
your
enforcement.
credentials. Yeah, this is border enforcement. That's typical border enforcement.
So you're saying that the border enforcers are the one taking their
Credentials.
Cool.
Right.
Great.
They
So that
get credentials, show that
great.
they did the paperwork, cross the border.
Okay, so these people instead walk an hour down the borderline and then walk across. So what now?
That's illegal, and they
Right?
should be deported.
No, you don't believe in that they should be deported just because they crossed illegally. You told
Where
me
did
what
I
your
say that?
ideal border control was.
Where did I say I don't believe that they should not be deported?
Jesus Christ, can you hold an idea in your head for 5 minutes? We said that
Okay,
you
quit
were
it.
we were having you adopt that position so we could test whether these ideas are in conflict. Okay, let's skip me walking you through it. We'll just jump to the end of it. Let's imagine that the border we hired enough people that they could just stand along the border.
Oh,
Okay?
I see where you're going previously. You wanted me to adopt your position throughout the entire thing. Okay, I see. My bad.
I wanted you to adopt a position so we could test whether it was in contradiction with another one. Not for you to
Right.
just accept it.
Right. Yeah. My bad. My bad.
Okay. Okay, let's imagine that we had the like amazing border patrol. We had enough people to make a wall out of people so no one could like just walk over the line. Is that good enough for
Right.
you? Is like let me say it like I support this. Like I'll do the opposite of what I asked you to do. I'll say I support this. Let's say we have people like standing across the entire border. Is that good enough for you?
I mean, we could go with Biden's plan where you have a robot that zooms up and down the track and monitors the border.
Is that better than a person standing along the like people standing along the entire border?
I would equate it to an equivalent because you're
Can
not
the
going to have
robot
a
be
person
everywhere at
standing.
once?
A robot can be everywhere at once at the same symbol or in the same sense that a human can be everywhere at once. If you're
But
going
I'm
to doubt
saying
a human,
a human every 2 feet.
no, because a human can see more than 2 feet. Be realistic.
No, I'm taking it to the extreme. Let's just imagine we had a human standing every 2 feet. Is that good enough?
That's too much. You're wasting taxpayer dollars at that point.
Let's imagine they were willing to do it for free because they're patriots.
Okay, then fine. Yeah, that's
Good enough border
perfectly
patrol?
fine. Yeah.
Okay. Let's say that there is an immigrant who wants to get across illegally and they burrow for a mile. They get underneath these people, they come out the other end. Now I have supported border patrol, and now if they get caught over here 6 months later, I wouldn't support removing them. Good border patrol, and don't remove people who are benefits to their community.
So just to be clear, if you're clever enough to cross the border, it's okay.
To be clear, you said that was good enough border patrol. How much better do you want to get?
I asked you if you believed in open border. You said no.
Right.
So you
So
believe
here I
that.
am supporting a dude every 2 feet. That's not an open border.
No, that's ridiculous. A dude at every 2 foot is ridiculous.
Okay, the example still works however you want to reduce that. If you want to reduce it, I don't see how that makes border patrol any better. I'm supporting good border patrol.
Okay, so if somebody gets by border control, then they win, right?
Not necessarily. It's perfectly reasonable to like find, detain, and deport people who have been there for a certain length of time within a certain distance from the border. But if they've come and established themselves in a community and they are there being a benefit and they have family or friendships, they like I consider my found family to be more family than my biological family. If they have
Okay, so where's
families,
the line? What date?
uh, I haven't defined that. I don't consider that very important to this conversation because I don't think that you would support that.
Well, you have a standard of after they cross the border,
Uh-huh.
they have to do it in a sense that they evade border control from the beginning, and then they have to establish themselves and make themselves relevant enough to matter. And then so what is the date? How long do they have to do that before they are no longer
Hell,
scrutinized under
let's start at 6 months and see what you say about that. 6 months. If they've been living there for 6 months, then they basically have a home.
So if an illegal alien makes it here and lasts 6 months, then it's perfectly fine.
As long as they're not dangerous.
So do you not acknowledge that that is encouragement for illegal aliens to try?
Not if we have a good like border control system.
But you don't believe in funding ICE officers.
Who said that?
So would you believe in an ICE officer going out and grabbing that guy before he makes it to 6 months?
I don't really trust ICE right now. I don't think
Okay,
ICE
so
as
you
an
wouldn't-
institution
so
necessarily needs to be.
You would not trust ICE to do that job, right?
Well, I'm pointing out a difference between saying ICE as an institution should not be trusted with that job, or ICE right now with the people hired under Trump in this
Okay,
current
so
political
who's
climate. So, like,
Border
I'm not
Patrol
against
policy-
funding ICE necessarily.
Which border patrol seems more in your favor? Was it Biden's border patrol or Trump's border patrol?
Biden's border patrol, because they're less cruel.
Which was the defunding of border patrol and the lack of border patrol.
Not at all.
Correct.
That's just what you believe. That's not really true.
Oh, okay.
Cool. So how's the
I mean,
left
you could-
promoting violence?
I answered that like 20
By
times,
standing in front
man.
of people. Yeah, that's not violence. You haven't given an example of violence yet.
Yeah, it's an incentive to violence. If you encourage people to stand in front of violence, then that follows through to the immigration law where you were just arguing where if you encourage people, hey, if you make it 6 months after you evade border control, then it's okay. You're encouraging them to make it past border control, make it 6 months, and you're fine. You're doing the same thing. You're
I
encouraging.
understand your argument about incentivizing illegal immigration, which I agree we should change the incentives. People
No,
wouldn't.
that was your. That's what we just talked
Hey,
about. That's
can
not
you listen for a
incentive,
fucking
that's
second,
you.
genius?
Hey, calm down.
Hey,
I'm
don't interrupt me.
repeating what you
Don't
said.
interrupt me. Okay,
Okay. I apologize for interrupting you.
thanks. Now, fucking. Okay, I understand your point as to saying that we should not incentivize people coming here illegally. What would incentivize people coming legally is an easy legal process for them to come over so that they can get the benefits that they would have as an American citizen. They wouldn't want to come illegally if they can't get the benefits and they're in trouble with the they have to worry about being in trouble with the law. Nobody wants that. So if you make it easy enough and fast enough for people to come over here so that people who would be benefits to their community can come over here and be benefits to their community, great. I support that too. Great. But on the other end, I don't see how standing in front of people with guns incentivizes them to shoot you.
Do you believe in supply and demand?
Yeah.
So you believe that the housing market is in a bad spot right now?
In terms of cost, yeah, but we have
Okay, so
way more houses than we have unhoused people.
Okay, so you believe that the housing market is in a bad spot right now, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's a state failure. Yeah.
Multiple state failure?
Yeah. The federal,
Okay,
state,
fair enough.
states that have the issue, yeah.
Okay, so just to be clear, how would bringing more people into a housing problem with the law of supply and demand
Mhm.
make that better?
I don't think it's going to impact it much at all.
You understand supply and demand.
Yeah, I do understand supply and demand.
Okay, so if there's more demand than supply, why would it get better?
Because the issue with supply and demand isn't people who don't have jobs putting pressure on it.
So you believe there's too many houses and people just won't buy them?
Because people can't buy them.
Are
Because
you
people aren't making
referencing
enough
black
money
card?
because people aren't making enough money to buy houses, and so many houses are owned by private companies that own tons of empty houses that they
You
consider.
realize Kamala was arguing in the same stance that there was not enough houses.
Well, if she was, and I doubt you understand that correctly, if she was, then she'd be wrong. There are
She
tons
offered
and
a
tons and tons
$25,000
of empty
incentive.
houses.
People are building apartment complexes, not houses.
So I'm going to stick us back to the point. Incentivizing. How is standing in front of a person with a gun incentivizing them to shoot you?
How is encouraging someone to stand in front of somebody with a gun encouraging them to shoot you?
Yeah, to do something illegal. Yeah.
Okay, so if I were to tell you to stand in front of me while I'm holding a rifle, how would you feel?
I wouldn't feel motivated to do that unless I had a reason to.
Right, so you would feel like that's a dumb idea, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then why are you telling everybody else to do it?
Well, I don't consider anybody who does do it to be culpable for anything. That's the issue.
You remember Charlie Kirk?
I remember Charlie Kirk. We are Charlie Kirk.
Were you? I mean, do you feel bad for? I don't mean that in the sense of like. I mean that in the sense of like, do you weren't one of the ones that celebrated Charlie Kirk's death? Because I know there was a huge, extreme left wing that went nuts about that.
I am unhappy he was murdered. I am happy that he's not doing bad things anymore.
Okay, that's fair enough. I
Cool.
look at this
I
the
think that's how
same way.
most people on the left feel. They don't know how to rationally vocalize themselves.
And I mean, you have to apply that to the right wing as well.
Earlier I said that I imagine many people in ICE are just misinformed about being fascist.
Okay, well, you're gonna add in the fascist part. That's adding on a whole adjective.
So I'm saying they're not supporting fascism, at least knowingly. And same goes for
Okay.
people on the left who are mistakenly voicing their opinions in a way that makes it sound like they are supporting murder, and they are not. They don't actually believe that, but they are not. They don't know enough in their brains to not vocalize themselves that way.
Well, last time we talked about Trump, you were talking about Trump as an authoritarianism.
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay.
He knows
But
it.
in authoritarianism, they don't have term limits, correct?
Dude, there's a difference between an ideology and a means of state management.
Okay, so you're saying authoritarianism is relevant as long as we acknowledge it. Doesn't matter if they have term limits or not. Doesn't matter if the U.S. Constitution applies or not, or if there's guardrails or term limits. Doesn't matter.
I am.
Which is whatever.
I'll simplify it. I am as opposed to a person who operates under an authoritarian system as somebody who has an authoritarian ideology.
Okay, so what is our authoritarianism system?
We don't have one. At least
Correct. So how would Trump
it's
work?
moving that way, which is the problem with supporting somebody who has an authoritarian ideology.
See, okay, so we could agree at that point. I do believe that he probably
That's what
does have
people
an
mean when they
authoritarian.
call people fascists, dude. They're not saying we live in a fascist state. They're not saying we live in Nazi Germany. There are things that the state does that are fascist, and there are people that believe fascist things. these aren't hard concepts, but you people conflate everything, absolutely everything. You conflate
No, they
every
literally
idea.
Man, this is not my first time. They literally call me fascist at the approach of disagreeing with them.
For what? Based on what?
Based on any ideology that I've had in the past,
That
we'll
doesn't
say
tell me
6
anything.
months.
I need to know what ideology you're talking about.
Okay, so Renee,
Uh-huh.
right? She parked her car sideways
Mm-hmm.
in front of law enforcement.
Okay.
There was a passenger that tried to re-enter the car when
Okay.
she was trying. I've seen a lot of debate whether she was trying to make a U-turn or if she was parked sideways. We know
Okay.
that CBS reported that her house was blocks down the road,
Get to the
and
point.
she had. I was answering. I don't know why you're sounding annoyed now.
I don't
when
know
I
why
looked at you.
CBS reporting it has anything to do with it. Just say the thing.
I was. Okay, well, I mean, if you're gonna get frustrated with me for answering, then I don't know what to tell you. It just shows that you're not gonna listen to me anyway. You have a
No, I
one-sided
want the
judgment.
point. Just say the point. I'm sorry. I have ADHD. I can't. I want you to get to the point.
Renee, she parked the car sideways.
Cool.
Okay.
I accept for the sake of argument. Just go.
She pulled away from her house, blocks down the road,
Cool.
to confront ICE agents for her neighbor.
Okay.
I'm all in favor of peaceful protest.
Okay.
But when she pulled away from her house, went blocks down the road,
Mhm.
and then pulled in front of ICE officers, you have to admit that's where the line was drawn. When you enter the protest
That's
and
where
you
the line
you
was drawn.
draw a line. When you enter a protest, you have to admit that's where a line is drawn. You have to, after the cops tell you, yeah, you can peacefully protest, that's fine.
Uh-huh.
But you have to admit there is a line drawn.
Okay.
When the cops tell you, hey, put your hands behind your back, get out of the car, you need to do so and then fight the argument in the court of law. Don't fucking throw it and drive and step on the gas. That's not how you handle that.
Okay, so if she does that, then they can shoot her in the face multiple times?
No, because I agree both of them did something wrong.
Okay. So lethal force shouldn't have come into it at all.
And neither should stepping on the gas and throwing it in drive.
Okay, but that's not violent, is it?
If there's an ICE officer standing in front of the car, which we have video footage that he was.
That's ridiculous.
You're saying that there was no one standing in front of the car.
Yeah, if we put that to court, a reasonable person would not find that the use of lethal force was made against him. No shot in hell.
So you're saying there was no one standing in front of the car?
Didn't say that. Space is also in front of her car.
So you're saying there was somebody standing in front of the car?
Some distance in front of the car, sure.
Okay, so someone was in front of the car, she threw it in drive, and stepped on the gas, correct?
And turned the wheel?
Sure, yeah.
Sure.
Okay,
I want to
so
say, I do want to
standing in front of
clarify,
the
when you
car.
say step on the gas, it doesn't make any kind of statement about how much she stepped on the gas, but yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, if you look at the video, there was a body standing in front of the wheel, so you can actually see if the wheel was turned or not.
Did the car turn?
Before it hit the officer?
Okay, give me a moment. I will review the video again.
Is it the most popular one?
You want me to watch the most
Evelyn.
popular one? Hey
Yeah,
man,
I mean,
just
for
because you
argument's
don't
sake, yeah.
just because you don't care about pronouns, that doesn't mean that like if you want to be called she, her, she, them, that's fine. But don't disrespect other people in chat.
What? What are you talking about?
Their name's not Evelyn. I've corrected you multiple times.
I'm sorry. How do you say evil alien?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. Okay, my apologies. I
Okay, they
didn't
said they
realize.
can be they said they can be Evelyn, so that's fine.
I'm
Side by side videos show deadly ice shooting. Okay, side by side videos.
my bad, evil alien. My bad.
Yesterday morning.
I'm reading your chat, so I'm just trying to respond to you, but I'm corrected.
Whoa, we got ICE officer footage? No way. I wasn't expecting that. I thought they weren't participating.
Yeah, that popped out not too long ago. That actually that popped out like I think it was 6 or 7 hours ago.
Of what happened as they were
Okay, back it up, back it up, back it up.
Portland Avenue. Federal officials say she was trying to run over ICE agents, so one of them fired 3 shots in self-defense, killing her. State and city elected leaders dispute that account. Witnesses captured video of what happened as they were hearing and seeing what was all going down on Portland Avenue.
And that is one angle of the shooting, and here's another one from a different angle, which President Trump had referenced when posting to social media yesterday, showing the situation from the front of the vehicle. Again, here is a look at both angles side by side. First, in real time here, you're watching it. We will also slow it down. And we are doing this to give you both views, because in the back angle, it's unclear if that agent was hit by the car. In the front angle, it does seem to show some contact. Federal agents say the agent, quote, feared for his life and was following, quote, feared for the agent, quote, contact.
Still with me?
Hold on. I'm going to slow this down so I can watch it closer.
All right, gotcha.
Federal agents say the agent,
No, back up, back up.
Angle, it was hit by the car.
God, this angle
In the
sucks.
front angle, it does seem
Yeah.
to show some contact. Federal agents.
I did ask a
say
question
the
if you're gonna
agent,
look at the most
quote,
commonly viewed one.
it does
The most
by
commonly
the
viewed one
car.
does not give you a
In
view of the tire.
front angle, it
Sorry?
I said that's why I asked you if you had the most commonly viewed video. The most commonly viewed video does not give you a view of what the tire direction was going.
Mm-hmm.
So there are other. There's actually two other.
How do I do frame by frame? Right.
Right.
Now?
You can download it. Evil alien. To imply that he stepped away would mean that he was in front of the car to begin with.
Well, nobody's saying he wasn't in front of the car to begin with, but if he could step out of the way, then it wasn't likely to be lethal force.
Okay, well, she just said, or I'm sorry, he, she, I don't know the pronouns. I don't even know how to respond now because I don't know what the pronouns are to go with this. So, do I go with they? Okay, so I don't believe in pronouns.
Generally
okay, so,
a safe bet.
Okay, so I'm gonna go with they, and I again hope I don't offend. So I'm gonna go with they. God, now I just forgot my whole argument because I was so focused on this damn pronoun.
You were saying that they were in front of the car to begin with. Uh-huh.
Okay,
so right now they're backing up to the left.
Okay, to say that he stepped away is to imply that he made the choice to get out of the way. He was in the way when she made the decision to drive. Right. And then he stepped out of the way.
This is an interesting question. Let's raise this real quick. Minnesota Duty to retreat.
And I hear you, evil alien. I see you.
You must generally try to escape a threat if you can do so safely before using force under Minnesota law.
I do disagree that the ICE agent should not have shot her. I do disagree with that point.
It was also illegal, potentially. I'm reviewing the video now, trying to do it through the eye of a juror.
I asked you a question earlier if you believe that there was going to be justice under this, and I don't believe that there will be justice.
What do you mean by justice?
So we've defined justice as you have to have a jury that's impartial.
Oh.
And I don't believe our political climate is going to, if this goes to state, it's going to be left-wing jury. If it goes to federal, it's going to be right-wing jury. There is no impartial.
Okay. Yeah, the justice system accounts for that.
How so?
Well, in the first place, at a basic minimum, we don't. The legal system does not expect people to make decisions in front of other jurors, all of whom are holding each other to a civic duty to let their political opinion decide facts. Facts shouldn't. I don't know how politics comes into that, but because the jury's job is to be a fact finder, they don't decide how the law is applied.
Yeah,
So
the law has nothing to do with it because it's just going to be political belief. So if you already stand on the left, then
what
you're
does
going to take a
politics have to
left-wing
do with
belief.
it?
Well, the same thing that this whole argument has to do with it. For instance, your majority of left is going to lean towards Renee is innocent, while
That's
your
not.
majority of right.
That's not how a jury makes determinations.
Who is the jury?
Well, that's the second step. Is there's a jury selection process,
Which is a state-found thing, correct?
well, it's done by the two parties.
It's a state-found thing. So if the court case goes to Minnesota, I'm sorry. If the state goes to the state, it's a state.
I see what you mean. Yeah, sure. So this, if it's being judged under state law, I don't see the issue with the state doing it.
So the state is a Democrat state,
That's
which would mean that it's
a ridiculous thing to say, but okay.
Yeah, but it's going to be looked at the same way. If it goes to federal court, which it might, if it goes to federal court, then Trump has some sort of weight on it, and that's how it's going to be looked at. Correct.
Huh?
If it goes to federal
Minnesota's
court,
going to charge them in their state for a crime that was committed against one of their citizens under their law. Yeah.
Right.
States' rights,
And
homie.
all right, so if Trump takes that and he takes it to federal court, to Supreme Court,
that's not
then
how that
the
works.
argument. Okay, so that's impossible. It can't happen.
Who is Trump going to charge? Even that the president shouldn't be doing that at all, but who is his administration going to charge?
I'm not saying he should charge anybody. I'm saying that if he could take it to Supreme Court, which is possible, right?
No.
So we can't take the Renee case to Supreme Court
Unless somebody's constitutional rights are being violated? No.
Oh, so you're saying Renee's constitutional rights were not violated?
Well, no, but her party wouldn't want to take it to federal court.
Correct.
You can't appeal or ask for transfer based on the other party's rights. The other party can go, no thanks. I appreciate your concern, but no, we're happy here.
The ICE agents have no appeal in this?
Sure they do, in the state of Minnesota, under state law.
Okay, so the ICE agents, which are not born in Minnesota, they're gonna choose to have that case in Minnesota?
They committed a crime, an alleged crime in Minnesota, under Minnesota law. So,
no, I'm gonna take that judgment that you just said. They committed a crime. You immediately went to judgment.
What?
You said they committed a crime.
Well, I was talking about an alleged crime, but I was talking about how the law applies to somebody when a criminal act is considered.
You got to be careful how you phrase it, man, because you're immediately jumping to one side. You
Hey,
have to take
kind of
it as maybe.
clueless. Hey, before you lecture me, what did I say?
I don't know nothing, attorney. What did you say?
I said when a crime is committed, well, when an alleged crime is committed, what more do you want me to
Right.
do, man?
I want you to admit that it can be taken to Supreme Court.
It can't. Dude, I'm a lawyer. I don't know what you want me to tell you. State
So
laws are
ICE
state
can't take
laws.
it. So Supreme Court cannot have. They can't have anything to do with this case.
Not, I don't know about anything, but not with the, like, the judgment as far as the charge goes. Like, if they charged him for murder, then the Supreme Court can't say anything about that unless the ICE officer's rights are somehow violated. Now, actually, no, that is a good point. You have a right to a fair trial under the Constitution, so they could appeal on that basis.
Which is what I just said.
I'm sure that would be shot down.
Obviously, the ICE officer is not going to sit there in the state of Minnesota in a blue state and go, "Hey, yeah, this is a fair trial under this jury." And
Right,
then when it goes
it's
to
not gonna
Supreme
but it's
Court,
not gonna
you put
leave
on
the
the list
state.
who's gonna- Yeah, but even if it goes through, all right. So if it's on Minnesota standards, it's going
Uh-huh.
to be a blue wing jury, and that's not going to be fair. And then it's going to go to Supreme Court, which is going to be a right wing jury, and that's not going to be fair. So there is no justice to be
Wait, what?
had.
What? No, you don't know how this process works.
Okay.
Oh man. Okay. Never knew Twitch had politics. This is interesting. Oh well, welcome, Merkin Dog. You're welcome here anytime. We have a pleasant environment here. Right now we are talking about the Renee Good case and whether or not it could go to the Supreme Court if Minnesota charges for murder. And the only way that I can think of that would happen is that they would appeal to the circuit court in I don't know what circuit court that is. Minnesota Circuit Court, Federal District of Minnesota. Not the district court. I want the appellate court. Or appeals 8th Circuit. So they would appeal to the 8th Circuit, and the 8th Circuit would look at that and go, yeah, no chance. That's where it would end.
All right, so you're saying this will not make it to Supreme Court?
No, it won't even make it to the the federal appellate court.
Okay.
Because you have to realize what the basis, like the basis. First off, there are I don't know my criminal court. Okay, let's say state criminal court finding appealed well, not finding, conviction appealed to the Federal Circuit Court on a constitutional rights violation ground. What is the term? Shit. What is
that's the term.
Oh, standard of review. Huh?
I said that's not the term. Shit's not the term.
No, shit isn't the term. I don't even know what that is, but cool. Merkin Dog, where are you from? Sounds like you're Merkin.
He is Merkin.
A state prisoner challenges their conviction in a federal court on constitution.
Are you right or left, Merkin?
When a state
I'm
prisoner
center
challenges
right.
their conviction in federal court on constitutional grounds, the grand standard of review is governed by the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996. Well, that's a weird place for that to be.
That leads into other questions.
What? Hold on. A federal court cannot grant habeas relief on a claim adjudicated on the merits in state court unless the state court decision was contrary to or involved an unreasonable application of clearly established federal law as determined by the Supreme Court of the United States, was based on an unreasonable determination of the facts in light of the evidence presented.
Welcome back, Socknow.
So the court itself would have to apply a rule that contradicts Supreme Court precedent, or reach a different result on materially indistinguishable facts from a Supreme Court case.
And you see that as implausible on this one.
Hold on, we can walk through each of them. Unreasonable application applies. Identified the correct legal principle but applied it unreasonably to the facts. So the concern would be, is it a fair trial? So you're going to say it's
Right.
so your argument is it's an unfair trial because of the political views of the jurors? Billy Blee's
Yeah.
in. Okay. So the court applied a rule that contradicts Supreme Court precedent. We can agree that's out.
Yeah.
Okay. They reached a different result on materially indistinguishable facts from a Supreme Court case. So the Supreme Court would have had a finding on a case in a state that was overwhelmingly one political party, and then they would have ruled that reached a different result. They would have had to rule in that case that it was unconstitutional because of that. And then this judge said, no, it is constitutional, so I'm going to hold it against you, even though the political party, like the political swing of the states, is this way. So we can agree this is out.
Okay, so do you take that same court finding on this jury status? The ones that agree with Trump, are they all right?
In Texas,
Yeah.
if somebody comes to Texas and shoots a person in the face, Texas has the right to charge them under Texan law, and the federal court doesn't get a say in it. Yes. Law
All right,
101.
Really, yeah, I mean, we can jump back and forth with this.
This is
But you
basic
and me both
federalism,
know-
dude. Like, if you don't know basic federalism concepts in your own country, like, that's not on
Okay,
you.
we
It's
can-
just
we can
frustrating.
go
It's
with the
frustrating
whole,
to
like,
me.
We can go with the whole insult on intelligence.
No, I'm not
We
trying
can
to.
do that.
No, I'm not insulting your intelligence. I'm saying it's not on you, but it's incredibly frustrating to me that Americans don't know their own basic federalism concepts. That's so
That's not
frustrating.
what I'm arguing. I'm arguing a divide on politics. Which I would argue that you agree there is a bigger divide on politics in this decade right now than there has been since the Civil War.
Yeah, Trump's fault. Yep.
Okay, well, you can add Trump's fault all you want, but
Sure.
when I mention that when we need an impartial jury, there is reason to believe that an impartial jury does not exist in the same political climate before the Civil War as there is now.
No, I think that's ridiculous.
Okay,
well, no, the
so-
same as the Civil War. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're onto something. Did they rule like?
It doesn't exist right now. It doesn't matter which way the court case goes, because if it winds up in Minnesota, then it's going to be the left made the jury agree.
Did
But if
they
it winds
apply
up
your
in
standard in
federal court, then it's gonna be the
18?
right.
Did they apply your standard in 1855?
On which case?
Any case where somebody from like a blue state was charged with a crime in a red state? A northern
I
state
thought
and
you were
a
gonna show me. I
southern
thought you
state?
were gonna show me that there was a difference between red state and blue state because they switched.
I mean, the point is that they're opposed, right?
I brought up the Civil War earlier, and my point was dismissed because I had a misunderstanding on it. So I don't know
Because
why
it
you're
was
bringing
wrong,
it up
yeah.
now.
What? No, you brought it up. You
Okay,
brought
so
up the
why are you
Civil War
bringing it
standard.
now?
Like, what are you talking
If
about?
you have a link, if you're gonna cite the same source that I cited, and you're not gonna send me a link on it, why is your source more credible?
Wait, what are you talking about?
Okay, so when I brought up the Civil War earlier
Mm-hmm.
on the Republicans,
Yep.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Because Abraham Lincoln was a Republican, and you condemned me because I did not understand that Republicans and Democrats switched.
I didn't say that they switched. I was just saying that Republicans at the time were left and Democrats
Okay,
were
well,
right.
ultimately, you condemned me that that source was not relevant
Did you give me a
because
source
I
on
did
that?
not have a. No, I did not give you a source on that. I made a statement, and y'all told me that I did not understand,
Okay. You don't
and then you told
understand.
me that you, and then you were going to give me a source, and you were going to do a lesson on that I need to watch.
Okay, yeah, and when it's 3 o'clock, I said I would release that video tonight. Yeah, what is left and right?
On ideology, because that
Hmm.
switched over the. I mean, are we going by decades or centuries?
I mean, the who is left and right has changed over time, but the concept of left and right has been the same since the concept was developed. That hasn't changed.
No, because left. I mean, you go back 30 years. Hillary Clinton, Obama. I mean, I know Obama wasn't 30 years ago, but immigration was perfectly fine, right?
I would love to see you compare the numbers on them versus Biden. But okay. Yeah, what does that have to do with
Wasn't
anything?
Obama deporter in chief?
Huh?
Wasn't Obama deporter in chief?
Objectively, no. Some people called him that, sure.
Why did some people call him that?
Because he was deporting more people than many presidents before him.
Okay, so when you argue Democrat versus Republican,
Hmm.
and you're arguing the deportation that Trump's doing now, why does deporter in chief not relevant?
For the same reasons that I was discussing with you earlier, because the people that Obama was deporting, first off, he obeyed judicial orders when it came to challenging his application of state force. He didn't disregard any of those, but he also was doing, what is that called? Expedited removal. He expanded expedited removal, or at least he expanded the use of expedited removal to people that
Oh, yeah,
were living there for how long? It was like within a certain distance of the border, and for like after, if they hadn't been living there for a certain amount of time, I can't remember which is which, but which whatever it is, Trump's application of expedited removal, he expanded it to the entire country, and he said it was for a much shorter period of time. So he has vastly expanded the people that are being targeted by expedited removal.
Didn't
So
Obama
they're
have a
not
whole?
doing the same thing. The numbers aren't the same thing as what they're doing.
Yeah, I thought Obama had a whole thing where he was like, "Hey, I'm gonna put people in a fenced-in makeshift housing. I'm just gonna put up chain link fence, and I'm gonna put all the illegal immigrants in there." And then there was a whole problem with that, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think people were upset about it, but it's also not the same thing as what Trump was doing.
Okay, so Obama's standard of taking all the illegal immigrants and putting them in chain link fence housing is not. That's not a problem.
I just said it was a problem.
Oh, it is a problem. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a problem depending on like how you're using it. Like, is this the best we can do for how long? And like if we're keeping them there for a day while we make arrangements for better conditions for them, then like maybe that is a reasonable
Which you
thing to
know he
do.
wasn't. That's not what he was doing.
I don't know
But
that.
Okay, well, there's evidence to suggest otherwise.
Okay, I'd be fine with seeing that and reviewing it. You're not going to see me like just sit here and just blindly defend Obama.
Do you like Obama?
I think I wasn't paying enough attention to his presidency back then. I wasn't as politically involved as I am now. I do
Fair
think from what
fair
I
enough.
know about him, I think he was too active on the military stage.
Can I get a solid
Uses of the
answer
AUMF
on
are
Kamala?
awful. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I get a solid answer on Kamala Harris with Tim Walz versus Trump and JD Vance, who your vote landed on?
One second. I need to step a few steps back in my head so I don't lose something. Oh, after you answer what left and right is. How do we determine
Are we going?
what is left of what and what is right of what? How is that measured?
That was a while ago. We're jumping back in time.
Well, yeah, I'm holding you to the fucking thing.
Oh, okay. You're
You brought up you had a whole tiff about the Civil War thing. Like, so explain.
No, I was calling you out that you were going to educate me on the switching of the Republicans and the Democrats, and that when you brought up the civil rights, it
So I
was
need to
no
know
more
what you
racist.
mean when they are farther left or farther right. How would you
I
judge
consider
whether Virginia in 1860 was left or right? How would you do that?
by a quick search.
What is it going to be based on?
Just any sort of quick search on Google. Then Abraham Lincoln will be a Republican.
And what is it? Republican isn't left or right. That's a name of a party.
Okay, so if I were to say I was
Do you understand that? Like, parties don't. Parties is a party's just a name. What is left and what is right is like different from a party name. Like, it's a company.
but you have to understand we're talking about where we are today. So if I were to say I was a Republican, you would assume I voted for Trump, correct?
Right, because I know who the Republicans are today and I know what their political positions are. If you
And
ask me
then you
about the
understand the
Republicans,
definition of right and
dude, if you ask me what the like whether Republicans are left or right in 2200, I would have no idea. I would have no idea.
yeah, but there was basis.
What basis?
When we talked about the Civil War twice now, and I backed out of it when I brought up the Civil War, you told me you were going to educate me.
Right.
And I backed out of that.
And
I
I'm
dropped
trying to
that
get your
conversation.
understanding of what, but then you brought it back up again.
No,
I'm trying
you
to get,
brought it back up again, and I called you out on it.
hold on. So we were talking about, you said we have as high of a political tension. I don't remember your words. I'm paraphrasing. You said we have as high of a political tension now as we did in the Civil War. And it's on that
Right.
basis that we would have to find that you can't have justice in the state courts now if they're on opposed sides. And I said, okay, in the Civil War, would they apply? Like, I still don't understand how, like, I was like, would a red state and a blue state, blah, blah, blah. And then you were like, well, I don't know which one's which. And I'm like, it doesn't matter which one's which. So I literally told you it doesn't matter which one's which. But then you wanted to bring up that I didn't teach you about it. So now I'm going to teach you about it.
Okay, my apologies. Yeah, I do remember now. All right, my fault. I did bring it back up. All right, my fault.
Yeah. You can count on me for ADHD for some things, but sometimes I can trace it back. Okay, so I want to know what you think political ideology, because okay, like the Republican Party today can be different than the Republican Party 200 years ago, and they can be different from the Republican Party 200 years from now. Their policies can change dramatically.
Of course.
They can evolve. Yeah. I mean, so they could become outright Nazis for all I know. And
that's how you describe them now.
That's not how I describe them now. I don't describe people as Nazis unless they define themselves as National Socialists. And even if they call themselves National Socialists, you can go back and watch my debate with a Nazi. I would say, if you're a National Socialist, why do you call yourself a Nazi?
What is a fascist?
What is a fascist? We can get to that after we address left and right.
Fascist has nothing to do with Nazi, right?
A Nazi is a type of fascist.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, what other fascists would you refer to?
But so it's in the same way that the Republican Party is a conservative party. Nazis are a specific movement that falls under fascism.
So what? No, I mean, you said that when you describe Republicans as fascists currently, it was not in the relevance of Nazis. So what other fascists are you referring to?
Well, more importantly, I would say that there are aspects of Nazism that I wouldn't apply to Republicans, like Jew hating.
But you call Republicans fascists, so there is some sort of Nazi that you would imply to Republicans.
What? No, I'm not implying any more. Like, Nazism requires fascism plus certain other things. I'm just applying fascism. I'm not adding those other things in there.
Okay, so where else would you get the fascism if not Nazis?
You could be like an Italian fascist. That's different.
For instance,
you could be a new kind of fascist that isn't anything like Nazis or Italians.
Okay, so all right. So for Italian Nazis, or I'm sorry, Italian fascists. What year?
Italian Nazis would be so confusing, and that's why it's important to distinguish between Nazi and fascist.
Right, because when you say that the Republicans are being fascist, you are discerning one specific mention, and you're just avoiding saying it.
I'm saying the thing that I mean is what I'm saying. A lot of people don't. A lot of people aren't even doing that. A lot of people aren't like. A lot of people just get mad and call people fascists. I'm literally saying what I mean.
No, I'll give you the respect you deserve. I've been on multiple different Democratic channels. You do give me a privilege to. You don't, block me and do all that other stupid shit. So I do respect you on that stance.
I see you, evil alien robot. Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. So I would love to teach you what I mean when I say fascist, and we can talk about that, but we got to get left and right first. What do you mean when you say left and right? Huh?
I see the KKK as a fascist movement. That's a solid point. I agree with that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, even a democratic government can do fascist things. Okay, so what do you mean when you say left and right?
So I need to know what the reference is. Are we talking about current standing, or are we talking about back in the day?
How do you do it?
I would go by current standing.
Okay, based on what metric? How would you decide where one thing stands in terms of another?
Well, for a large majority, which is one of my biggest stances, is that we should not be taxed more. That's a Republican standpoint that Democrats cannot seem to wrap their head around.
Okay. And is there an ideology that fits under what aspect of taxing? Like why taxing is one way or another way? Why is that more left? Why is it more right? Huh?
Healthcare.
Well, okay. Healthcare, taxing, what, if somebody said, I want to tax people based on their fromage, that is what I believe we should do. And how would you judge this new concept of what we're taxing? How would you judge whether that is a left policy or a right policy? What aspect of it?
The left policy is perfectly fine with taxing us more, and the right policy is not okay with taxing us more.
Okay, but like what ideal does that serve on either side?
The left policy wants to tax us more, so
Because
because they want to give away more money.
is there a because to that, or they just think money bad, so throw it away to other things?
For instance, Tim Walt's whole spiel right now, which is
I don't
who
need a
most
for
left.
instance. I need to know why they do it.
Okay, well, I do consider Tim Waltz as a relevance, for instance, because that's who the left voted for on the last presidency, right?
Okay,
That would have been our
are you
vice
going to be able to tell
president.
me why he did it?
Yeah, there's actually reasons why he did it.
Okay.
All right, so when we jumped into it, which I sent you several sources on it, it's the same video, which
Okay.
it's a 43-minute video, so I don't expect you to watch it right now. But
I imagine I know what video it is.
okay, so when the Somalis are sitting there and doing the exact same thing where they're defrauding the state and federal government by saying they have
See, now
90
you're
kids.
incredibly muddying the issue we're actually talking about. I don't know why you're doing that. We can talk about this later, but that's not what we're talking about.
You asked me a question, I went to answer it, you
Why do
interrupted me.
leftists
I
tax more?
apologize
That
for
doesn't
interrupting
we don't
you
need to talk
earlier.
about Somalis to talk about why leftists tax more. Just say what it is. This is a thing that this is not a healthy way to discuss things. You are muddying the waters by bringing up other issues.
You interrupted me before I even started to get to my point. I
Because you're
apologize
muddying
to
everything,
you for
dude. You're
interrupting me.
muddying things. You're bringing up
You asked
more
me a question, I
issues.
went to answer it, and you interrupted me.
You're bringing up more issues. We don't need to address more issues. Just answer the question,
Yeah,
why do they
and
do
I
it?
led into it. I mentioned Tim Waltz, and then you were like, okay, and
I
then
don't
I
know what
started
Tim
the
Walz.
argument.
What do Tim Walz or Somalis have to do with why leftists tax more? You don't need them to answer the
Because of
question.
healthcare.
Why are they giving people more health care?
Okay, so all right. So you remember our last phone call?
Uh-huh.
You remember our last phone call?
Parts of it.
Okay, so one of the parts that we talked about was the fact that you were arguing that healthcare is going to jump up a whole shit ton of money, right?
For what?
Because we're not going to extend the tax credits.
Because we're not going to send it. I don't think that's a thing I said, but sure.
Well, now I don't want to lead into an argument that you're going to interrupt me in the middle of. I need you to agree or disagree.
This doesn't have anything to do with the thing we're actually talking about. You're still driving us into another topic. Stop doing it.
Okay, so your question was,
when leftists
why is the left and the right different? The left want to tax more, the right don't want to tax more. I'm trying to give you an example of
I don't
one or
need
the
examples. I don't need examples. I just need an answer
Then
to why each
ask?
side does it. What ideal does that serve for either side?
What ideal does it serve to not be taxed more?
Yeah, why does the right not want to increase taxes?
Because we don't like our money being taken from us?
Okay, they don't like money being taken from them. Cool. I would still ask what that serves. Like, okay, I'll just explain it like this. I'll just explain
like money. You don't like money,
dude. That is not a healthy way to express your thoughts. I don't understand why you do shit like this. You take things that people say and then you just staple other ideas to it. I don't understand. Listen.
I staple examples. It's not other ideas. It's examples.
Examples aren't thoughts, dude. Like, I don't.
Right. They're not correct. They are not thoughts. They are examples. I tried to bring up Tim Waltz. I tried to bring up other examples of what
which no
I was
one asked
about.
No one asked about that.
You asked about the example of what separates
I didn't ask for an example. I didn't ask for an example. No, I asked for an example. No, I asked what ideal separates them. So I'll just answer the question for you. Yeah, you don't need to bring up examples to mention ideals.
Okay.
Like, you don't need any specific people at all. Okay, I'll just answer it for you. After the fall of the French aristocracy, the left and the right were defined to explain who was in support of maintaining the aristocracy after the fall of the royal hierarchy. Like not the hierarchy, because the aristocracy is still
Even
there.
though when you
After the
asked me what you asked me what time frame I was referencing, and I said modern era. You're
dude,
not referencing modern
dude,
era.
it's still the same.
It's you asked me what time frame I was referencing. I said modern era.
I asked you what time frame because you said you base it on time frame. But what I'm telling you is, when political scientists talk about left and right, they're still referring to the terms as they were defined back when they first came out. The people on the right supported maintaining the aristocracy, and the people on the left supported dismantling the aristocracy to promote egalitarianism. And so I don't maintain that the right still supports the aristocracy, but what I would suggest that people on the right would agree with, because most people frame it as egalitarianism versus hierarchies. I don't think the right likes to define themselves in terms of being hierarchical, but what they would agree with, I think generally, is they believe in propriety. We think that we should maintain this because it is a good value. We think it is right. And if people want to change it, that's bad.
What side was George Washington on, who fought the Revolutionary War?
How the fuck does that matter?
Well, for instance, why did we fight the Revolutionary War? One of the big reasons was
Well,
taxes, correct?
Well, to no, the policies may have changed a little bit, but
So taxes had nothing to do with the Revolutionary War.
taxes,
Dude,
dude, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're just making assumptions based on shit that I said. What the fuck, dude? You don't actually think that I think that. Why would you say it? Why would you say that?
We were arguing taxes.
I'm still explaining my position, and you want to jump with, oh, so you think that taxes had nothing to do with the Revolutionary War. You don't actually think I think that, so that's dishonest to interrupt me to say that.
Oh, so now my interrupting you matters when you interrupted me like twice.
And then I stopped and apologized? Like,
I didn't catch the apology. If you did apologize, then I accept it. I didn't catch it.
oh, well, sometimes I am interrupting you because I need to stop the conversation. Because this is my platform. I'm not going to let you just carry us off in a fucking different direction. So, listen. First off, I need to address for you that I see you. When I start talking and I say the positions may have changed, here's the thing about the American Revolution, and you say, oh, so taxes had nothing to do with the American Revolution? You have stopped the conversation, and B, you have lied. Because you don't actually think that I think that. I know you don't. You're more intelligent than that, dude. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt to say you're more intelligent than to think that I think that taxes had nothing to do with the American Revolution. You have actually complimented my intelligence in this conversation. So I know you don't think that. So why would you say it?
I assume. So when you say, who is it, Aristophanes?
The aristocracy?
Aristocracy. So, okay, so what is the time frame on them?
That would be the mid to late 1700s.
Mid to late. So that would be before George Washington led the revolution.
No. That would be around the same time because the French Revolution followed on the heels of the American Revolution.
Which would be 1790, correct?
Let me cut to the chase. No.
When was the French Revolution?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the American Revolution. Let me cut to the chase. George Washington would have been seen at the time as a leftist because it was rejecting the aristocracy. They were rejecting hierarchical power. The American Revolution was a leftist movement.
Okay, so by your standard...
It's not my standard. That's just what it means.
Wait, now, hold on. You interrupted me.
Sorry, I apologize.
So by your standard, you said he was a leftist revolution. You said that changed after the Civil War. So if he was left in the 1700s, then he would be considered right now,
No,
correct?
dude, the left and right didn't change during the Civil War. The parties changed
So let me
which
get this, so let me
side they
get this straight.
represented.
What you're saying is Abraham Lincoln, who was a Republican, was
Uh-huh.
left
Yes.
now, but George Washington, back in the Revolution, who was a left, as you say,
Yeah.
is also left now. So
Yes.
everybody is left now.
No. What? If they support egalitarianism, if their movement pushed things farther to people being equal, that would be a leftist movement.
What about lower taxes?
Lower taxes doesn't necessarily make people more or less equal. It would depend on who's bearing the burden of those taxes.
Well, what party represents lower taxes? Or how about tariffs? What party operated under tariffs?
You mean in the early 20th century?
No, I mean like in the founding of America, the way the government was initially supplied with money.
Dude, the concept of taxing things isn't left or right.
It kind of is a.
No, it literally isn't. That's not how political science works.
It is now.
I mean, I guess technically taxing like the very concept of taxing. No, I can't even say that like if they just taxed people and just made it benefit only wealthy people, then that would be a right-wing policy. If they had the highest taxes in the world and it only benefited people who were already wealthy, that would be a rightist policy.
So when you look at healthcare, the extension on the healthcare credits have ended. So the people that are using it have to pay more monthly, even though you would agree that everything currently has gone up in price. So when healthcare goes up in price for those that are paying government funded healthcare, you would say, no, we should not increase their healthcare. We should divide that among all of the citizens and raise our taxes to continue to provide a more cheap healthcare, even though it's cheaper than any privatized healthcare.
I need you to realize something, that you just took a conversation from what things are to what things should be. This wasn't about what my politics are. We were talking about left and right and what is fascism. I don't know how we got to what my feelings are. My feelings are that we have enough as a society to mutually benefit from each other to such a degree that we can provide people, all people, a basic level of medical care. That
How?
no one should ever be able to worry about whether or not they need it by taxing.
Okay, so you went the long way about saying yes, we should tax everybody more.
I went the long way because you were intellectually dishonest again, and I had to point that out to you.
So I mean, that's neither here nor there. You just admitted
That
you
is
went the long
here.
way. Like,
That is
you
here.
agree. You agree that you should tax the American people more, correct?
Yes. Not
Okay.
equally.
So is 40% not enough?
Not on every single, not on each dollar. Each dollar should be taxed differently.
So 50% of the money I earn should be given to the government?
Whoa, Jesus Christ. What are you talking about? 50% of
Well,
your
that
money?
would be upwards. All right, so we're in between. We're currently getting taxed 40%. I said 50%. So you're
You
drawing the line somewhere between 50% and 40%. What's
Are
the
you talking
number?
about what tax bracket you're in?
I'm talking about how much you want to tax us.
Are you talking about are you talking about a 40% tax bracket?
If you were to just draw a tax bracket and disclude sales tax, property tax, and all the other taxes, yeah, you could include just one tax, but I'm including all of them.
No, I'm just like for I just want to make sure I understand you. Your understanding is like what is the top tax bracket right now?
Okay, so my
Yeah.
tax bracket consideration is for my income tax,
Uh-huh.
in which case I get paid. Then I take that money and go buy groceries, which is sales tax.
Hold on, I was doing
And then
research.
I get, and wait, you telling me holding on?
Yeah, I said I was asking a question, and I pulled it up, and you kept going because I was asking about tax brackets. So right now,
Tax
37%.
brackets are different.
Okay. So what are you saying 40% about? Are you talking about a 40% tax bracket, or are you talking about like 40% of everything?
Everything,
Because
all
no one is being
concluded.
taxed 40% of everything.
Okay. So all right, so look at all right. So what is the tax bracket for? We'll say what is it? $30,000 and under?
$30,000?
Yeah,
$50,000 and under is 12%.
12%. All right.
Uh-huh.
So how
So
much is
let me
sales
ask
tax?
you real quick. I want to make sure I understand. This 12% tax bracket, $50,000 and under. This tax bracket, $640,000. How much percentage difference are they paying in total from each other?
One more time.
This bracket down here, 37% for $600,000 or more. This tax bracket here, 12%. What difference in percentage of their total income is the difference in what they're paying from each other?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that. I mean, I could if I were to pull up my calculator, but I'm
Okay.
not going to.
Is it 25%?
More?
They're paying more, like a higher difference? And I'm just talking
I
about
would
percentage.
assume. Yeah.
I'm talking about percentage points, not like percentage of like if one person pays 30% of their entire income and another person pays 10% of their entire income, the difference would be 20%, 20 points. So
If you're going by this percentage of annual income,
uh-huh.
then the 12% versus 37% would just be 25%.
That's not correct. That's not how that works.
Okay, I don't see where this
I
is including sales tax, property tax,
Well,
insurance.
my point here is that you don't have I'm not insulting you here. This is not an insult. You don't have a base level knowledge of how our taxation works. This person,
Okay, so
what percentage of their income is this person paying in taxes?
how do sales tax work?
What percentage is this person paying in taxes?
12%.
This are you looking at my screen?
No.
I have a line highlighted. I have the
Okay.
37% tax bracket highlighted. What percentage of that is that person paying in taxes?
I can't see it.
I said it's the 37% tax bracket. What percentage is that person paying in taxes of their total income?
37%, I would
No,
assume.
dude, that's not how that works. That is not how that works at all.
I can't see what you're trying to show me.
I
Because
know, but
don't,
no, I know what you mean. You think a person in a 37% tax bracket pays 37% of their total income. That's not how tax brackets work. Tax brackets work.
okay, so how much are they paying on average?
I don't know what they're paying on average. I would have to do the
Okay,
math
so
myself. I could do the math myself. If you want to, I can figure it out. If they're paying 650,000, you want me to figure out how much they're paying in taxes?
so what is the point in saying 37%?
I can show you.
No, I mean like as far as like the government saying we're paying 37% on taxes, is that just misleading and inaccurate?
No, it's not misleading. People just don't understand it. It is very easy to understand.
Then how come you can't explain it without looking it up?
I didn't say I was even going to look anything up. I was just going to demonstrate it for you.
How come it requires a demonstration? You can't just explain it?
Okay, I can just explain it. I don't know if you'll follow. That's why I wanted to do the calculation in front of you. But I can just
Well, I think
explain it. Okay.
something that's really easy to explain should be pretty easy to understand, right?
Cool. So let's say that we've got 10 tax brackets. And I've got $100. Like if I make $100, I pay 10%. If I make $200, I pay 20%. If I make $300, it's so on and so forth, right? Up to like I make $1,000, I have to, that's 100%. Okay. But that doesn't mean
the full.
no,
Okay.
no. I would actually, okay. So what I would do is I would pay, let's see, I'm doing my math. First bracket's 10%. I would pay $10, 10% of that $100. Next tax bracket is 20%.
That would make sense.
Next tax bracket is 20%. If I make $200, I'm going to pay $10 and then I'm going to pay $20. So I'm paying $30 on my $200.
Which is not 20%.
Correct. It's 10% on the first bracket and 20% on the next bracket.
Oh, okay. I see where you're going.
Yeah, that's how tax brackets work. So when somebody has to pay 37%, that's just on every dollar after that.
Okay, so when you say this, are you also going to include sales tax, property tax?
Well, not when I'm talking about
Insurance.
income tax, no. But we can talk about those things too.
Well, we referred to taxes and not just. Right.
Right, but when most people talk about taxes, they're usually talking about their income tax. I wanted to make sure you understood the income tax before we talked about other taxes. Do you want me to look up the average percentage that an American pays out of their entire income on all taxes?
I can tell you how much the average American has in savings.
What does that have to do with our conversation, man? You're doing it again.
All right, so let me make it relevant. So if the average American has very little savings, that would imply that they are spending all of the money they made during the year, correct?
Yes.
Which would mean that the entire $30,000 they made that year would be subject to the sales tax for the year. Correct.
Sorry, hit me with that one more time.
So if the average American has no savings, then the entire money that they made that year would be subject to the sales tax because they clearly spent that entire yearly salary.
Well, some of it's also going to other taxes.
And
yeah,
I agree. We'll add on more taxes. Hey, listen, I know there's more taxes. I agree.
Some of them are on tax-exempt purchases.
If you had an LLC, sure, we could look into the.
No, some things that Americans buy are tax-exempt.
What else?
Some things that Americans buy are tax-exempt.
Yeah, I wish you would look into the Tim Waltz thing, but yeah.
Okay. I can buy bread and milk with no taxes.
With EBT?
No, I can buy it with my income. Like I can, I make over $300,000 a year. I can buy milk and eggs, or milk, eggs, and bread, and pay no taxes on that.
Okay. What about everything else?
Sure. I'm giving you an example of things. Some things are tax exempt, especially when America wants to push purchasing of certain things. You can get tax breaks on things. So not every dollar is applicable to taxes.
No, every dollar is applicable to taxes.
Well, yeah, that's when calculating
what?
Sales tax is when you buy a thing.
With every dollar, it's charged 8% on average, correct?
On average, maybe, yeah. But that doesn't mean every
dollar is applicable to sales tax. So every dollar
not when you buy
tax
exempt things.
Do they tax it when you earn it? Yes. Do they tax it when you spend it? Yes. Do they tax it when you own it? Yes. Where am I wrong?
When you make tax exempt purchases, then there is no tax on those dollars you spent.
Okay, so I can own my truck with no taxes.
You did it again. You don't think I believe that.
I didn't say you believe it or don't believe it. I'm asking you a question.
Right, but you're asking me that question as if it were a thing that I could possibly believe. You don't believe that, so why are we wasting our time with it? I'm going to
I'm
waste
trying to
your
prove
time
my
just as much
point.
as you waste my time.
I'm trying to
You're not
prove my
making a
point
point
that-
because you're not addressing something that I said.
Okay, I can make a point without addressing exactly what you said, right? Because I'm a separate entity.
Great, can you explain to me what your point was?
I was.
Uh-huh. No, you weren't though. My point is that didn't address anything.
So you
I
were
was
talking
making a
about what we're
specific
getting-
point, and then you just said something that didn't do anything.
So you were talking about how much we were getting taxed yearly for how much we made, right?
For income tax, yeah.
And then I was bringing into it how much we get taxed on sales tax,
Great.
which is 8% on average, which I argued would include the entire salary because the average American has no savings. So they're clearly spending their entire salary.
On some things that are not taxed.
That is an assumption.
I'm pretty sure
But
most Americans buy some things that aren't taxed.
Okay, so if you made $30,000, then we can agree on $25,000 is taxed. Can we
Great.
agree
I'm
on
not going to
that?
argue with you on that. I was just being precise about what you said. You said all of it was, and I'm like, well, some things are not, but okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so the 13% has jumped up to 21%, correct?
13% has jumped up to 21%.
The 13% of just taxing on your income has jumped up plus the 8%, which would be 21%.
No, that's not right.
Okay, why not?
You know, one of the biggest tax exempt payments you make?
Okay, so we're back on the tax exempt thing. I just
Well,
I
do you
minus
know why? Do you
5,000
know
on
why?
top of that.
You know why? You know what one of the biggest ones is?
Why?
Rent. You aren't taxed on your
Okay.
rent.
Okay. So that would be on average what, 1,200 a month?
That's going to be, if you're talking about people that make $30,000 a year, that's going to be most of what they make.
Yeah. That's, well, I mean, 1,200 a month would be most of what they make.
Sure. On top of that, though, there are also on the back end, when it gets to around to when you're supposed to pay taxes, you also get tax breaks for certain things that you do that the state considers to be worthy of like promoting, like family expenses. You get untaxed for those things.
Okay, so your argument is that middle class and lower class pretty much have no taxes.
I'm not making an argument. I am just being specific about what we're talking about. If you're going to start adding things together, then I have to go, whoa, hold on. Let's just stay accurate. I was adjusting your point. As you make your point, I'm adjusting it.
Okay, so when I say that, okay, so somebody makes 30,000, you're gonna say that 5,000 is spent on tax exempt items such as bread, eggs, as you brought up, and
Don't
then
say it.
another
Don't put me in this.
12,000. Huh?
I said don't put me in this. But like I feel like you're building toward figuring out how much people actually pay in taxes. Like can't we just research how much the people in certain tax brackets generally pay, like on average? Can't we do that?
Thought you did that.
Only for the income tax.
Right. Well, I mean, the whole conversation started with all of it.
Right? So then I narrowed it down because I wanted to make sure you understood how the income tax works because you didn't. So it was good that we addressed that, because I don't want anyone walking around thinking that somebody in a 37% tax bracket pays 37% of their income in taxes, at least in income taxes. But then if we want to add other things back into it, it's just going to get more complicated. So I think that there are places that have done this research and we can just look it up.
Okay, so all right, so if we were to get back on subject of what the original conversation was,
Left and right.
do you believe that if we were to increase taxes, that should be subject to all parties, or just upper and
It depends on what they're doing with it.
okay, well, we know that they're not checking.
Oh, do you mean like, should we tax all classes the same?
Yeah.
No, because their money isn't all the same.
So when you say that you would be in favor of a tax increase, you would focus only on upper middle class and higher class.
Of course. A progressive tax is more
Okay.
fair.
My secondary question to that would be, what is keeping the billionaires in America?
I feel like we talked about this.
We did.
Yeah, mostly it's being American.
So your belief is that we can tax the crap out of them and they won't leave.
Such has been the history of the United States, yes.
So Swiss bank accounts weren't a thing.
Like our highest tax bracket in the past has been 70%. And like, if you just want to make that like make 70%, the 70% tax bracket at like $2 billion or whatever, like, so
Okay, so I'm thinking about that because I'm trying to apply your math on that. So 70% would be different than 70% of 2 billion.
right. It would only start
Right.
applying
Yeah.
after 2 billion.
So all in favor. I'm against taxes just because I'm against funding
That's
the federal
theft.
government. But
Being against taxes is theft. That's one of my
yeah, by
debate
law.
topics. By
Yeah,
law
being against taxes.
and by social contract.
Yeah, when do you enter the social contract?
When you start getting benefits from one side,
Which
I would
is
say
when you're
it would be wrong.
born?
Yeah, when you're born.
Okay,
Or
so you
even
enter the
before you're born,
contract
if places protect your rights before you're
as
born.
a lawyer, do you take newborn signatures as contract?
No, because their parents are acting on their behalf.
Oh, okay. So a newborn is not able to sign a contract.
Yeah,
So
you're
why
not
do
able
you
to sign a contract until the age of majority.
so why do you preach that that is a contract they have to abide by?
Because you continue to benefit from it.
As
If you don't want to be
opposed
taxed by America, get out of America.
Oh, okay.
Okay, stop being a leech on my government.
You know, you and me go back and forth, and I don't know how every single time we wind up doing this, we go against Democrat and Republican standpoints. I always wind up arguing a Democrat standpoint versus a Republican standpoint.
I don't see how you think that. What is my Republican standpoint?
You just went into the whole "get out of America" thing. That was
Right,
a Republican standpoint.
Right, that's because I'm using your language against you. Not your language, but the language of the right. I'm using the language of the right against you so that you can see how the language isn't really that's not an argument. Language isn't an argument. And the right really relies on the language. And so if I can pull your language into my argument, then suddenly it's like, wait, what are we both actually talking about now?
My whole argument was that when you come into healthcare,
Mm-hmm.
healthcare has gone up.
Wait, before we move on, I think billionaires are absolutely leeches on the American people.
Agreed. Agreed.
Okay, so stop letting them be leeches.
Not letting them be leeches.
If you don't enforce taxing them, if you don't tax
We
them
are
more,
taxing them. They already pay for 50%.
okay, how much? How much? Wait, that's not worth asking. Yeah, but they benefit inordinately, disproportionately for every dollar they make, more than the person below them.
Yeah, that's a stupid fucking. I mean, you said they benefit disproportionately. Of course they do. They're billionaires. They own everything. Of
Right.
course they do.
So use state force to enforce that they are not being leeches and they pay their fair share. If every dollar they make relies more on the security of the nation and on the infrastructure the nation provides, then sure, that more of that dollar belongs to the American people.
Okay, so when you look at healthcare, because we're looking at healthcare as far as like prices have gone up, in order to avoid prices going up for the people that have to pay it, at what line do we draw where they are no longer enabled?
Hit me with that question again.
So if we're gonna sit here and say that healthcare has gone up and the price of healthcare going up should be shared among everybody else, but not the people receiving it. When do we establish that they are no longer enabled to receive healthcare?
Well, I don't think that would be a decision for me to make. I think that would be a decision that we need to have medical experts make to decide what is a baseline level of care that everyone should have.
Which they have failed to do.
What?
Already.
We haven't even tried.
So yeah, that would be a failing to do it.
What? Like we
So
haven't even
if
pushed
they
for
haven't even
socialized
tried,
healthcare. What are you talking about?
if they haven't even tried to establish when people could get off these benefits, that would be just, hey, whenever you get on the benefits, you're on
No,
it forever.
I'm talking about establishing where the line is drawn when we have socialized medicine. That's going to be completely different from where it's drawn right now.
Yeah, people are taking advantage of it right now.
People are always going to take advantage of whatever system you make. You need to
Does that make it right?
Do we need to go over this again?
Well, I mean, apparently.
Do you think I think that it's right to take advantage of a system?
You're saying we should put more money into a system that is currently getting taken advantage of?
Every system gets taken advantage of.
So we should dump more money into it.
Well, so is doing a lot of work there. I don't think that whether or not it gets taken advantage of should determine whether or not we finance it more. We should come up with how we're going to handle people taking advantage of it. And then we're going to accept a certain level of loss because that's how you run, I don't know, a business. You know, businesses do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I mention
shrinkage? It's called shrinkage.
Can I mention that which I don't know, this might be a little bit of a reach here, but we did have two candidates.
Is it around?
Or
Sorry,
we
now I'm wasting time to be silly. At least it's to be silly.
We had two candidates. One of them is currently under investigation for wasting a very large sum of state-funded taxpayer dollars on
Hold on.
healthcare.
Sorry, I need to pause. Sock, now, are you addressing our conversation or are you addressing chat? Because I'm not keeping up with what's going on in chat.
Is it on the I don't understand why you're arguing?
Yeah. Okay, I don't understand
Okay.
why you're arguing against free healthcare. It always goes back in the way back of my mind, and it read, I am implying that people on the bottom should die because whoever has the control over healthcare has the control over who lives and who dies.
Ooh.
Should people die because they don't have enough money?
No.
Then what do you want to do, man?
Are you implying that people can't handle themselves?
I'm implying that people can't necessarily afford healthcare.
They can't afford healthcare because they are reliant on healthcare, and they will always be reliant. It's the same concept as when you take a man, do you give a man a fish or do you teach a man to fish?
If I shoot you, are you reliant on healthcare?
Okay, so that's a huge jump from do you give a man a fish or do you teach a man to fish?
I'm pointing out that that isn't always relevant.
How is shooting me the same as giving a man a fish?
I'm pointing out that your thing isn't necessarily relevant. So it doesn't have
So you're
anything to
saying,
do with that. It's just not necessarily relevant to the question. There are going to be people who, if you teach them to fish, will not have the opportunity to fish. There are going to be people who like have their legs broken so they can't get to the pond. There are going to be people who have all sorts of issues that you don't account for should
which
they
is a
die.
minority. That is
Yes.
not the majority of where our
Sure.
healthcare money is going.
Yes.
That's not the majority of where our healthcare. A lot of our money is wasted on fraud.
It's probably way less than you actually think, because every time we do these, it is a certain low percentage that like money is wasted on fraud, and then most of the money that is spent on fraud is reclaimed by the state. Have you actually looked into those percentages? Oh, that's
I
not.
sent you a video on it. Yeah.
You sent me a video of like a private
Yeah.
investigator looking at
Yeah.
nursing, not nursing, child care centers. How
Yeah.
much of a percentage do you think that is indicative of? Even if it proves anything, what percentage do you think that's indicative of?
For the state of Minnesota, it was $110 million
And hey, guess what?
for.
Kind of clueless. Did they catch it?
Okay. Are they caught it? That's the video, but they are ignoring it.
Ignoring it. Why are they ignoring it?
I don't know. Ask Tim Waltz.
I don't think he's ignoring it. I'm pretty sure that
Okay.
they
Well,
handed that
then
investigation over to the federal government.
they did. They did. They did do that. You know why
Gasp.
he's ignoring it though?
Well, I guess he's not ignoring it because he handed it over to the federal
As long
government.
as he gives them free money, they're gonna vote for him. He's literally earning
LK
people's
Local,
vote.
hold on. LK Local in YouTube chat. One watching, streaming 4 hours, no chat, comments, take a hint, loser. Actually, we have more engagement over here on Twitch, but way to be the only person that is commenting on somebody's YouTube stream at like 4 in the morning, my time. I don't know how that makes me the loser.
Somebody talking shit to you?
Yeah,
Wild.
absolutely wild. Okay, sorry.
You are a good guy. I'll give you. I'll give you. You know. I mean, we've gone through this twice now. You are a good guy. I'll give you that.
I appreciate that. You're a good guy too. I think you are. I think you're misinformed on a lot of things, and I think if we kept talking about these things, I think you would maybe see more leftist positions. And I think at a minimum in your mind right now, you are thinking that. By the way, most of the things I am talking about, usually I'll point out if it's an unusual leftist position. Most of the things I'm talking about are common leftist positions. I may be able to elucidate them better than most people, but I imagine in your mind, at least from this conversation, you're going, well, at least these things sound more reasonable. Like in that way, there's a lot that you are misunderstanding about what people's positions are, and I am glad
In
that we're
that,
able to address that.
in the same sense,
Mm-hmm.
because I know that we're going on this, rant that I'm misunderstanding.
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of geopolitics that we have not addressed on this situation. For instance, there are points that I will agree. For instance, Venezuela, I agree with you. I agree with the leftist party in total that Trump made a terrible move on Venezuela.
And absolutely cannot be trusted with the military ever again.
I don't. Well, no, we're not going to extreme all the way out to that point.
Well, he used the gun without permission. Why would I ever trust him to hold the gun again?
Okay, so do you think you're an impartial viewer of politics?
I think I try to analyze things from as an analytical, legal stance as I can. I don't think I'm entirely impartial.
So what
because
has
I
Trump
think there are
done
things that we
right
should
in
do.
this administration?
What's that?
What has Trump done right in this administration?
In this administration? Gosh. I never understand that question. May I ask a question?
I would prefer you answer the question.
Okay. I will answer your question if you insist after this question, but I want to ask a question to make sure that you understand that I have an objection to the question and why.
Okay.
Do you understand that there are certain things that a world leader, a governor of state, can do that would make it irrelevant what good they do?
On an opinion-based facts, sure.
I mean, I would say there are certain things that, like, if the person actually knew stuff, they would say it was objective.
Right. If you weighed your opinion higher than my opinion, then yes, then your merit would have some sort of point.
Okay. So if Trump, for instance, just the military didn't disagree and he just asserted military force and took over the White House, would you care what good he did?
You said you were going to ask me the question and then you're going to answer my question. Now we're leading into a secondary question, which is
it's still making sure you understand where I'm coming from on this. Like, do you think that if he just assumed authoritarian control, it would matter what good he did?
Which authoritarianism, as you would describe, does not have term limits.
Correct.
And we know that Trump currently has a term limit. I
guess an authoritarian can have term limits if they agree to them.
Which would not be authoritarianism, because authoritarianism doesn't have term limits.
That would not be an authoritarian policy. It could be an authoritarian state with a non-authoritarian policy.
Authoritarianism controls the state.
Yes, but that doesn't mean they can't enforce some non-authoritarian policies.
Why would they enforce a policy that would remove them?
If they felt it was fine.
You think Trump feels it's fine that he gets removed?
I don't.
Okay, then you're arguing against yourself. So where are we going?
I'm arguing against myself?
You're calling Trump an authoritarianism.
I'm not calling him anything. I'm not bringing Trump into this. Well, I mean, I guess I am. I said, if he did this thing.
You said he's an authoritarianism.
Okay.
And I said that he has a term limit.
I'm only doing that because we're in America. Let's go to Fantasyland. Is the president
Answer my question.
The president of Fantasyland asserts authoritarian control. Does it matter what good he does?
Do you remember my question at this point?
I do, because this is directly addressing the basis of the question.
You've asked me 4 questions now. Answer my question.
You keep avoiding it.
I just went through the whole authoritarianism thing with you.
Which didn't answer my question. It didn't answer my question, dude.
You described authoritarianism as somebody that had a term limit, which is the exact opposite of
I didn't describe an authoritarian as that. That's not
you
what
said Trump was an
You
authoritarian.
think that's what creates authoritarianism?
Yes, somebody that does not have a term limit and just gets to rule indefinitely. Yes.
It's the ruling part that matters, dude.
Over how long?
It does, like,
If you
however
put
long they feel
term limits,
like.
if you put term limits on authoritarianism, how is it authoritarianism?
Because they can decide that the term limit is something that they want to enforce. If they have a group of 5 friends and they say, we're going to take turns doing 5 years, we're still not answering my question, by the way. 5 years, like, let's take 5-year term limits, and like, we're all going to be
No,
authoritarians. And then they could be
we're
like,
not
okay,
answering my
they're
question.
like, I know, because fuck it, dude.
You still have not answered my question.
Because you haven't answered mine, and this is a basis for answering the question.
Okay, go ahead. We'll try it again.
If you lived in Fantasyland and the president of Fantasyland named Dave, if Dave asserted authoritarian control over Fantasyland, would it matter what good he did?
Yes.
To what extent?
So we're
Like,
leading
this is
into a second question.
Like a better, like, I'm trying to understand your answer. Like, a better authoritarian than a worse authoritarian? Or like, I may support him if he's good. Is that what you mean?
You know what I'm trying to understand?
Uh-huh.
The answer to my fucking question.
Dude, you're not going to win this, so you might as well just deal with the questions I'm asking, and then I will answer your question.
I'm not going to win this. I'm not looking to win it. I'm just looking to get an answer out of you.
You are. I'm trying to
giving-
understand why you're asking the question. So once I understand
It's a
why you're
simple-
asking the question, I will answer it.
How is it a loaded gun? Why are you avoiding the question?
I'm not avoiding it. I'm just trying to get the basis for the question before I answer it. I want to understand.
You've done everything you can. I mean, we've danced around this.
I'm not doing everything I can to avoid it. I just want to fucking understand it. And if you answer it, I will answer the fucking question.
You said that last time, and I answered it already.
Because I
said
still don't
yes.
understand your answer.
Okay, well, I don't understand your lack of answer.
You do, actually.
So I answered you. I gave
You do
the
understand my
courtesy
lack of
an
answer.
I gave you the courtesy of an answer, and you have not given me the same courtesy.
It's
correct?
not. You haven't given me an answer because it hasn't answered my question.
You said yes.
I'm still here with my question. I don't know what your answer is.
I answered you with a yes. How is that not? And that was literally, you have yes or no. I answered it with a yes, and you
Because
did
yes
not
on it,
oblige
yes on
me
its
with an
own
answer.
isn't clear to me what you mean.
Okay, well, you know what's less clear? Not answering at all, which is what you've done to me.
We would already have gotten to it if you wouldn't do this shit.
We would have already gotten to it if you would have just said yes or no.
Right, but you don't get to dictate how this goes.
And you do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So welcome to authoritarianism, and you are the authoritarianism.
Oh, surprise, it's not authoritarianism because it's not a state.
Right,
amazing.
and you have a term limit.
I don't have a term limit?
Yeah, I'm on a timed call here.
What? I don't have a time limit.
No, I do have a time limit.
Yeah. Oh,
Just,
okay. Well, then let me answer your
more-
question. Just fucking answer the fucking question. God damn.
You don't want to answer. I did answer your question, and then you added a second question. Did you not?
I'm trying to understand if your question makes any fucking difference at all.
Okay, go for the second question, and I will oblige.
I will try to ask this as specifically as possible so that you will answer the question and there will be no more. Okay. Is it possible when Dave asserts authoritarian control that he could do such good under his authoritarian control that you would support his being in control?
Yes.
Fuck, dude, then I don't understand what the fucking point of the question is. I'll answer it, but what the fuck is the point?
Waiting on an answer.
Okay. Let me see if I can think of a good thing he's done. He brought Kilmar Abrego Garcia back.
All right. So when you say that you are impartial on this, but you can't say that he's done anything good.
It's entirely possible for me to be impartial and that be true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to tell me a good thing he's done, and I can either go, okay, yeah, that is good, or I can tell you why no, that fucking sucks.
Has he done a bad thing?
He's done many, many, many bad things.
Do you have examples?
Yeah. He invaded Venezuela.
And
He has not fulfilled his legal responsibility to release the Epstein files.
And
he has disobeyed many judicial orders, as we pointed out.
man, that was 3 examples really quick. You don't have anything good?
Those are all horrific things.
Right, but you don't have any good examples?
No, I don't. Not off the top of my head. I might accept one, but off the top of my head, no.
Is it possibly because you're only looking into one side?
It's possible, and I could sit here and wait for you to prove it. I'm willing to sit here and say, yeah, you know what? I was biased. I didn't bring that up. I should have thought of that one. How about you give me one?
Okay, so for instance, we'll just start with the basic one. So, do you agree with lowering weed from what is it, a Schedule 1 drug to a Schedule 3 drug?
Sure, yeah.
Do you recognize that he did that?
How did he do that?
What do you mean? What do you like?
Did
you
he
mean
do
like
that, or
you-
did Congress do that?
Does he not? I thought you guys admit that he had control of Congress.
No.
Okay, so Congress would operate outside of him, even though the vice president is the deciding vote, which is J.D. Vance.
For instance, the one big beautiful bill. I doubt Trump knows what is in 80% of that thing.
Okay, well, that's a change of subject from what I was just saying.
No, I'm pointing out that like if things go through Congress, that doesn't mean it gets credited to him. He doesn't. If he didn't do anything, he doesn't know anything. Like,
Wait, so you're saying the big beautiful bill does not get credit towards Trump?
he can get credit for passing the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, but what is
Well, no,
it?
who does everybody blame the big beautiful bill on?
Trump, because he was pushing for the terrible parts of that. If there were
Okay,
good
but you
things
were
in
just-
there, did he talk about them? Did he know they were there?
There was a
Then
hell
no,
of a
that
lot
goes
of
to
pages.
I know, but if somebody wrote something that went in there and he pushed for it to get passed and he didn't know it was in there, then that doesn't get credited to him. That gets credited to the congressperson who put it in there. They did the work on it.
Okay, but who do you think had the influence on it?
The person who put it in there. Otherwise, it's just Trump pushing the One Big Beautiful Bill Act.
Okay, so when we talk about marijuana, which is, as you
Mhm.
know, this has been a problem for a long time. Everybody's been in favor of legalizing marijuana. It didn't happen under Biden, didn't happen under Trump in the first term.
We don't
It's
need to
been
stage
going on
it.
for a while. Huh?
We don't need to stage it.
We don't need to stage it?
Yeah, you already know that I support the policy. So why are we staging whatever your question is?
So if it got done under the Trump administration, then that would be something Trump did that was good that you're in favor of, correct?
No, if he was responsible for it.
Well, if it didn't get done before Trump, then who would you consider responsible for it?
Congress or whatever congressperson pushed the bill.
So you
Or
just push it
push
off
the
on
privilege-
whoever is not Trump.
I
You won't give Trump credit on it.
He didn't do anything for it.
Well, how do you know that? I never answered your question of what he did.
I mean, we can look into like, is it your position that he was advocating for lessening the drug sentence or the sentence on marijuana?
No,
I've never heard him
figured I'd
talk
just-
about marijuana.
I just wait till you dig your own hole, then I'd let you know that he passed an executive order to push Congress into it.
Okay, what was the executive order?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
And you know what? I will be gracious, and I will say if he did it in an executive order, then I will consider that his responsibility, even though I don't think he even knows what's in most of his executive orders.
Okay.
Dude's functionally illiterate.
Okay. Well, you're throwing a whole lot of insults.
He's an idiot.
I mean, if
he's definitely an idiot.
he's an asshole. I agree with you on the asshole part.
Uh-huh.
I don't know that he's an idiot because I haven't seen too many billionaires that are idiots.
Well, first off, he made most of his money from his dad. Well, except for now Bitcoin, which is a scam. So, or not Bitcoin, the Trump coin is a scam. So,
Some coin didn't go anywhere.
Huh?
Some coin didn't go anywhere. I'm in the stock market. I watched it. It didn't go anywhere.
Didn't it rocket up and then dump out? Pretty sure he made a bunch of money on it really quick. Huh?
You mean like every other cryptocurrency?
Yeah, like a rug pull? Yeah.
Yeah, they all do rug pulls. That's how they start up.
So it's like a scam. Yeah, sure. He scammed it like every other scammer. Amazing.
So just to be clear, Bitcoin
just like
is
his
not
dad.
part of the Federal Reserve now?
Huh?
Bitcoin's not part of the Federal Reserve now?
It's not part of the Federal Reserve. What do you mean?
We don't have Bitcoin as an investment in the Federal Reserve now?
I don't know.
I mean, if Bitcoin's a scam, why is it backed by the Federal Reserve?
I mistakenly said Bitcoin when I meant Trump coin.
Cryptocurrency, right?
I don't think every cryptocurrency is a scam.
But Bitcoin's not a scam, right?
I don't know enough about Bitcoin to make a judgment on it, but I don't think so. Like, well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. But
Well,
it wasn't one that rug pulled.
Not just the United. Well, actually, Bitcoin did rug pull.
Oh, did it? Well, hey, call me mistaken. As I said, I don't know enough about Bitcoin.
It rug pulled actually several times.
Oh, okay.
But it's in the Federal Reserve of the United States, and not just the United States, but several other countries as well.
Okay. Why are you making an argument about Bitcoin?
Because you're calling it a scam.
I'm not calling Bitcoin a scam. I don't think it's a scam.
You literally said Bitcoin.
Right, and then I corrected myself, dude. I was talking about Trump coin. I corrected myself.
Okay, well, Trump coin, I agree, is a scam. I'll meet you there.
Great, he's so smart.
I don't know where that has relevance. I disagreed with that to begin.
Because you were talking about, I don't know how many billionaires. Sorry, on the voice. I don't know how many billionaires like are dumb. Sure, plenty of billionaires are dumb. What do you mean? Tons of people make their money on things that they don't do.
What billionaires are dumb?
Okay, let's see. Billionaires and what they do.
They're like Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk.
Oracle,
Trump, I think, is barely a billionaire, but we could include him on it.
What? Oh, okay. Okay.
Stock now, I think cryptocurrency is definitely constitutional. I don't know if you're still here. I don't know how late I am to your response, but I just read it.
I assume that's not to me.
Yeah, that's for stock now.
Casinos. You don't have to be a genius to run casinos.
Man, we said we were not gonna go until 6 o'clock in the morning.
I know, but it's been a very productive conversation, I think.
Yeah, I will admit that I've learned a couple things. The tax brackets was some beneficial knowledge.
And I'm glad you learned it. That's one of those things that like really worries me that people don't know that.
I mean,
And
it's
I think
the
it's a
whole
common
point in
thing that people
having
don't know.
these conversations is, I would hope both parties learn something. If I didn't teach you anything, then that's just my fault, is what it is.
Well, we might be in the process of you teaching me something because I'm trying to learn about Trump's involvement in marijuana, and that might be a good thing that he did.
I think it is.
Well, I just want to make sure that he did it. There's 61 pages of this, man. Oh, look at all these Chick-fil-A people. They're all like right next to each other. That's kind of cute. Bubba
Uh,
and Dan Cathy. What? Ports. Candy and pet food. Ah, the Mars family. They're all right next to each other too. I guess they all have equal shares. Okay, that makes sense.
I see what you're saying, Sock. Now, um, I would say that we kind of differed from the gold standard beforehand. So switching into Bitcoin at this point, I don't know would be that much of a change from unconstitutional. And sorry to switch. I
No,
was just answering
you're
Saki.
okay. I'm just right now. I'm still looking through. Wow, Gabe Newell's up there. Man, I want to say way to go, Gabe, but maybe do some more good. It's hard for me to say way to go to any billionaire.
Okay, so to believe in ETF is going to believe in some sort of cryptocurrency. So, I mean, we would have to agree to disagree.
Man, like the problem is like some of these people might be like related to one of these companies and they would probably list them as being involved in it, and I wouldn't know whether they made their money doing that or not.
It would require a deeper dive. I mean, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, like I'm just like I was hoping that this list, like I imagine I've passed some like royalty already. So like I don't know if it's going to tell me that they aren't really involved in any businesses, or would they just tell me
Do you,
like what businesses they've invested in or what?
do you acknowledge whitehouse.gov as somewhere you can look for executive orders?
Oh, sure. I mean, I pulled up an executive order. It's the increasing medical. This was December 18th. Is this the one you're talking about? Increasing medical
Oh,
marijuana and cannabidiol research. That one?
was that the one? Is that the one that's going to switch it, or the influence to switch it from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3?
Looks like it.
I mean,
Marijuana
it
is
would say it in there.
marijuana is yeah. I said looks like it. I'm reading it. Marijuana is
Okay, my
currently
bad.
marijuana is
Don't
currently
yell at me. I'm sensitive.
what?
So don't yell at me. I'm sensitive.
I said that with a playful tone.
Okay, but that. Okay,
I'm
so you.
reading it.
Yeah.
In 2023, the DHS recommended to the Drug Enforcement Agency that marijuana be controlled under Schedule 3 of the CSA. Schedule 1 drugs are defined as drugs with no currently accepted medical use, a high potential for abuse, and a lack of accepted safety for use of the drug under medical supervision. Schedule 3 drugs are classified as having a potential for abuse less than the drugs or other substances in Schedules 1 and 2, a currently accepted medical use and treatment in the United States, and a potential for moderate or low physical dependence and high psychological dependence in the event of drug use. The recommendation from HHS included a determination that medical marijuana has a currently accepted medical use. That determination was based in part on a finding by the HHS. National Institute of Drug Abuse concurred with the FDA's recommendation that marijuana be rescheduled from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 of the CSA. May 2024, the Department of Justice issued a proposed rule to reschedule marijuana to Schedule 3. Federal
Okay.
government's long
So,
delay.
yeah.
Hold on. Federal government's
Yep.
long delay in recognizing the medical use of marijuana does not serve the Americans who report health benefits from the medical use of marijuana to ease chronic pain and other various medically recognized ailments. Americans who often, for example, in one research survey, 1 in 10 seniors used marijuana in the last year, and some evidence. However, the current Schedule 1 position of marijuana has impeded research. Okay. The Attorney General shall take all necessary steps to complete the rulemaking process related to rescheduling marijuana to Schedule 3 of the CSA in the most expeditious manner in accordance with federal law. Wait, what? This sounds like Biden did it.
But it's an executive order by Trump, right?
To do what? Keep doing your job until it's done?
To put pressure. That's what I said, was he passed an executive order to put pressure on Congress.
Congress
to
didn't
make
even have
it-
to do this. Congress didn't do this. This is just something
They haven't
that
yet.
No, they don't have to. Because the Schedule 1 and Schedule 3 is apparently done under the agencies. It's not a congressional issue. It's done by the agencies.
So he's putting pressure to make it happen, right?
They're already doing it. They're doing the rulemaking process. They are already engaged in administrative rulemaking. This is a process that right now they're taking comment from the public, is what I'm going to bet is happening. And once they're done with the period that is required by law for them to take comment from the public, then they will make responses to that as they publish the final rule. They're already doing their job.
So where are you landing on that?
Huh?
Where are you landing on that?
Well, I'm landing on... How do I put this? He recognized something good that is happening, and he encouraged it. That was a good thing he did.
Okay.
Yes, Gannon, that is exactly what he did. Hey, you know that job thing you're currently doing? Let's do that. It's the classic Trump move of taking credit for something that he didn't do. like when he quote unquote negotiated with Mexico and Canada and got them to change their enforcement of their border, both of them agreeing to do things that they had already done the December before. But they publicly stated that they did it because of the negotiations with Trump, because that's all he asked for. He's a scam artist, dude. You elected a scam artist.
So where are you landing on the fact that they're already doing it?
Well, you know what? He didn't tell them to stop. So he saw a good thing and he encouraged it to keep going. That is a good thing he did.
Yeah, but you were reading the executive order, and then somewhere in the executive order you landed on that they were already doing it and he was just encouraging it.
Right. I'm reading that right here under Section 2. This is what he ordered. He ordered the Attorney General to take all necessary steps to complete the rulemaking process. And up here it said that they were undergoing the rulemaking process.
Okay, I see where you're going. So who began the rulemaking process?
Dude, right here it literally says the proposed rule received nearly 43,000 public comments and is currently awaiting an administrative law hearing. What is he asking the Attorney General to do?
To accept it.
No, the Attorney General is the one. He's putting it in. Well, technically, it's the Attorney General's. Well, the administrative law hearing is before an administrative judge. So we're just waiting for the hearing to happen. This is what this sentence is saying. So if we take this sentence and this sentence is like, please continue to wait and then do the thing at the administrative hearing. And so now what I want to point out to you is, while I have recognized he saw a good thing happening and encouraged it to keep going. That's great. I appreciate that. Thank you for continuing to encourage that. But I also need you to see that on whitehouse.gov, the administration is trying to take credit for something they did not do. This is functionally a lie.
Wait, now, if you figured out it was functionally a lie through the executive order, then it was published that they were not doing it.
What was published that they weren't doing it?
That they were, you're saying that they were published, that they were just encouraging them to continue their research as published in the executive order.
It's artfully drafted, so it's long. It addresses the history that led up to this. It explains the agency's process. It explains the agency's findings. It explains where they are in the administrative process. It announces an official act on the part of the president, which is a request to the attorney general. Oh, actually, you know what? I didn't read subsection B. Let me read subsection B. The assistant of the president and deputy chief of staff for legislative, political, and public affairs shall work with the Congress to update the statutory definition of final hemp-derived. Hey, look, this is good. This is good. Update the statutory definition of final hemp-derived cannabinoid products to allow Americans to benefit from access to appropriate full-spectrum CBD products while preserving the Congress's intent to restrict the sale of products that pose serious health risks. This will include consultation with appropriate executive departments and agencies and authorities to develop a regulatory framework for hemp-derived cannabinoid products. Regulatory framework? Why are we talking about a regulatory framework while we're, I guess, to put in the law? Including development of guidance on an upper limit on milligrams of THC per serving, with considerations on per container limits and CBD to THC ratio requirements. The Secretary of Health and Human Services, the Commissioner of Food and Drugs, the Administrator of Centers for Health, Medicare and Medicaid Services, and the Director of the National Institutes of Health shall develop research methods and models utilizing real-world evidence to improve access to hemp-derived cannabinoid products in accordance with federal law and to inform standards of care. Okay, before we credit him with this, because he got my distrust with A, let's look at is there a bill already in progress? And let's see who pushed the bill into Congress. Who are the sponsors of the bill? Because, if it were Democrats and it got force, behind it with Republicans too, and then he just tried to jump in and go, but this is because of us, that's also dishonest. So let's check.
So let me ask you, if it was Democrats, then he's aligning with Democrats, right?
Right, but trying to take credit for something they did. So I wouldn't even say that's aligning with Democrats. In this hypothetical, where Democrats are pushing something.
Yeah, I see where you're going.
If he can just steal wins from Democrats.
yeah, I got you. I see where you're going.
Okay, let's see. Work with Congress to update the statutory definition of final. Let's see if I can just copy paste this. Oh, I'm too tired. I can't spell congressional.
I do have to go to bed soon, so this will probably be our last.
I don't. I never sleep.
Well, I'm going to.
Okay, HR 1628, the FY 2026 Agriculture Appropriations Act. And I'm glad that we're going through this, because you can see the kind of rigor I expect when I do research to understand what is going on. So if I have a reason to distrust someone and I have a claim that I doubt because I distrust that person, because he already showed me I can distrust him based on what else they wrote in there, then I'm going to challenge the words more. If he hadn't put A in there, I would have just assumed B was true until somebody told me, hey, wait. And then once they said, hey, wait, I would look into that.
Right, and I'm here. This is the second phone call I've had with you. I've not left. I haven't run away. I'm back in a conversation with you. I'm
I'm
here
really
to have a conversation and learn.
nice. I'm really glad that you came up on voice chat because like maybe we make this a regular thing. Hopefully not this long, but if you can start like trusting me as like a person that will be honest with you about how we find answers and what leftist positions are, then maybe I can convince you, but at least if I can't convince you, then like at least you can like not see the left as radical as the right tends to think.
Right. Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, thanks Nightbot. Thanks Sock Now. Thank you. I was like, what happened? Why did Nightbot just put up my Discord thing? Oh, is that for posting a link? Okay. Um. Okay. FY 2026 Agricultural Appropriations Act amends the statutory definition of hemp in 7 USC 1639-0, established by the Agriculture Improvement Act of 2018. The change to the definition, scheduled to go into effect 365 days after the enactment, will likely have implications for hemp growers and U.S. Department of Agriculture policy. This in focus discusses congressional actions regarding the definition of hemp. Okay, background. I want congressional background. Okay, in the 118th Congress, legislation was introduced to amend 7 USC 1639-0 to include a total THC limit rather than Delta 9 THC only, and add restrictions on potentially intoxicating cannabinoid products. The House Agriculture Committee approved a farm bill, which would have amended the definition of hemp as prescribed above.
Delta 9 was just a workaround for spice. I'm also curious who decided that was a good idea.
So this bill was initially pushed in 2023. Cool. Good to know. I'm not making any claims about that. Just it's good to know where we're starting. The House Appropriations Committee included a related provision in the FY25 Agriculture Appropriations Bill. These proposals were not enacted into law. In the 119th Congress, both the House and Senate committee reported agriculture appropriations bills contained hemp provisions that resembled those considered in the 118th Congress, such as including a limit of total THC and adding restrictions on potentially intoxicating cannabinoid products. Following House passage of H.R. 3944, the Senate amended the bill by adding the Senate-reported Agricultural Appropriations Bill. Prior to passage, the Senate adopted Senate Amendment 3070 to remove the bill's hemp definition provision. Ultimately, Congress passed the Continuing Appropriations, Agriculture, Legislative Branch, Military Construction and Veterans Affairs, and Extensions Act 2026, which amended the statutory definition of hemp as described below. An amendment to remove the hemp provision was tabled during consideration of the bill. Changes the definition of hemp. Oh. So it doesn't look like it was changed to Schedule 3.
Well, not yet.
Okay. So the thing we're crediting to Trump is asking the Attorney General to continue to do the agency's job of pushing something through administrative hearing. And then, how did they put it? The assistant to the president and deputy chief of staff for legislative, political, and public affairs shall work with Congress. So they have a liaison talking to Congress about this issue.
Okay, so they're putting a influence into the situation.
Maybe. I mean, like if the bill fails, I don't want to say, well, they tried to assert influence and it didn't work. I mean, I don't know how much influence they're even putting on it. Technically,
well, I mean, that's not
technically all this requires is that shall work with Congress. I don't know. Send one email
or an executive order, right?
to what?
I mean, if all it requires is just an email, then all it requires is just some influence, just some attention.
Well, I mean, we don't even know if that influence is going to do anything or if it influenced the decision at all. All this requires is this person will send some emails. That's all it's required of this by this executive order. this person will send some emails to some Congress people.
See, that's going to be difficult for me to agree with, because I know the last president did not get it done.
Well, sure, but like, what how much? Well, technically, I mean, hold on. We're trying to steal credit from the last president right now. This is stealing credit
Well,
from Biden.
He was there for 4 years. He didn't get it done, right? It's not done, so
Well, if he didn't have to have any further role for it to be done, then he did all he needed to do. His actions can bear consequences after his term is over.
yeah, I fully agree with that.
Yeah, both negative and positive, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So his Department of Health and Human Services issued a proposed rulemaking. They took comments and they set up the administrative hearing to have it approved before they do a final rule. The end. So this was the thing you wanted to credit to Trump. Most of the work was done by Biden. He is continuing to advocate for it with his attorney general. So at least the attorney general is not going to try to put a stop to it. That's good. And then he has somebody who's going to do something talking to Congress people about the hemp definition. That's not to say that this could do a lot, but I don't know. It's hard to know. What it orders is very little.
It could do a lot until, of course, it's actually done.
What do you mean?
I'm saying it doesn't do anything until it's done.
Oh, right, exactly. Yes. And
yeah.
even if it does get done, it's going to be hard to know what influence he had unless the Congress people who are like the sponsors of the bill are like, yes, we worked with the assistant of the president and their input was.
Well, we already know what way they're going to go because when you look at the current administration, you already know where they're going to give credit.
Well, I mean, I don't know who the sponsors of the bill are. I mean, we can find out. Let's find out. I mean,
no, I have to go to bed.
Okay. Well, I can tell you in short that it's probably inconsequential because it's the Agricultural Appropriations Act, so they had to pass one. So, do you want to be here for me to tell you I'm proud of you, or are you just going to duck out right now?
No, I'll listen to that. I'm proud of you part.
Okay. All right, guys, we're going to call it a night. Thank you, Kind of Clueless, for coming up and having a very productive conversation. I think it was well worth our time, and I think we are modeling good conversation. I think this is how we should be having conversations, and I think this is how we learn shit. So, that being said, hey, everybody in chat. Hey, Kind of Clueless. I'm Know Nothing Attorney. Give you a new Discord link? Does that one not work?
Oh, my bad, Sock. Now I didn't get back to you on it. I'm sorry.
Is that not the one that it's giving? Oh my god. What? Does it update? That's okay. Well, I guess I need to fix that. Okay. Continuing the outro. I'm Know Nothing Attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can actually learn anything. And that's what we're here to do every single day, except for the few days that I can't make it. But I try every day. And as always, I'm proud of you. I don't need to know you personally for that to be real. You deserve to hear it, and it's true. If only because every day is hard. Life is hard. Life is hard. It's always been hard, and it always will be hard. But the way you face each and every single day, the way you do, is remarkable. So stay remarkable, everybody. I'm gonna update that Discord link in Nightbot, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night.
Wonderful words. Hope you all have a good night.
You too. Good night, guys.